we believe that it will be important to set all these questions into one group and address the human element as an important topic. Search and rescue, to which extent a MASS should be able to, what should a MASS be able to do in search and rescue, what the capacity should be. Of course, some of the questions that have been already discussed, but we expect to revisit search and rescue at some point. The aspect of cybersecurity, of course, the more we rely on connectivity and exchange of data and information technology, AI, of course, cybersecurity is an aspect that has been also put in the table for discussion. The non-mandatory MASS code is a goal-based standard instrument, so there will be needed a GBS verification to ensure that there is coherence in the whole structure of the MASS code. The approval process, in terms of how the approval is in place to be implemented. The remote operating center, an oversight mechanism for the ROC, a safety management system applicable for the remote operating center. This has been also an area of discussion that will be, again, further discussed. The crew on board, the delegation of responsibilities, the override functions, and how the human interface should be considered. The aspect of connectivity and communications, and certificates and surveys with respect to an implementation of a coherent certification system. So these are some of the areas where discussion is still to take place. And with this, Sifish, I hope to have given an overall overview of where we are with the MASS code.
I think so too. I think you've earned this.
Oh, it's so cool. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ricardo. It's very good to get an overview of what international cooperation can achieve. And when we were planning, we also thought about giving a small glimpse of what regional cooperation can achieve. And for that, I'll invite Sam Hodder from the MCA to talk to us about the North Sea MOU. Sam.
Hello, good morning. Pleasure to see you, and thank you for coming. First of all, thank you to the Norwegian Maritime Administration for organising this alongside the IMO. We are looking forward to the week and a half we have ahead, and what is said to be a lovely weather, and hopefully a lovely week of debate coming forward. So, as I introduced, I am from the Maritime and Coastguard Agency, and I'm here to talk today about the North Sea Memorandum of Understanding from MASS. This is a regional collaboration and initiative to work with, again, like-minded and close, geographically close nations on MASS that are happening now. So, first of all, to start with the why. The why is, whilst we're all aware, and as Ricardo very well explained, the situation with the MASS code is being developed, we are seeing MASS operators happening and operating now. They're developing systems, they're deploying systems, and they're wanting to operate internationally. So this creates a barrier or challenges in terms of how do we provide the legal clarity, how do we provide the safety, and how do we provide the operational clarity that is required for industry. And essentially, through some brainstorming, some ideas, we came to the agreement that maybe an understanding through where these industry are wanting to operate, or at least with us they want to operate, and having some sort of agreement to develop thinking, to collaborate, and to work on ideas. And so the MOU aims to support 3 high-level objectives, so strategic objectives. So as already touched on, MASS and maritime autonomy can help in various ways, but they can also accelerate other objectives such as decarbonisation, safer jobs, taking away seafarers from dangerous jobs. And I will clarify there, that's not taking away them jobs entirely. It's about making sure they're redeployed, about reskilled, and put into situations that aren't dangerous, and using machines to help them do their jobs effectively. The other aim, thank you. The other aim or objective is to explore what we can do with other administrations in the short term. Whilst the code's being developed, is there anything we can do to implement to help industry operate, whether that's agreements, whether that's learning from one another, whether that's understanding each other's regulatory environment. And lastly, very topical, is how we can work together to build information and work together into the IMO. Now this isn't, and I should note, isn't to usurp the IMO and the MASS Code, it's to supplement it, it's to help it and to take lessons and learnings that what we can do together on a regional scale to feed into the IMO and help make a useful and usable code for all users as time develops. So, next slide please, thank you. So that's the why, now it's more to talk about the who. So originally, it started with Belgium, Denmark and the United Kingdom, and that was back in September 2023. Netherlands joined shortly after, a few months later, and Norway halfway through 2024. Then earlier this year, France very graciously joined the agreement, and hopefully in a few months, pending agreements, everything's signed off, as we all know the situations are sometimes difficult, Germany will soon become a signatory themselves. And the importance here is not only the fact that there's 7 nations involved in this, it's the willingness and cooperation between those 7 nations that want to join and help industry in lieu of the international framework, and also learn from one another and help one another, especially in a topic such as mass and autonomy, which is pushing boundaries and is challenging us across the sphere of maritime and providing us new challenge on a daily basis, I think it's fair to say. Oh, thank you. So I won't go through all this, but as a very high-level overview, these are the aims of the MOU. This is the what. This is what we're aiming to do. From a very high-level perspective, the point is to enable and what we can do to facilitate mass operations at an international scale, and how we can help them and industry stakeholders develop and deploy between different administrations. Now, whether that's, as I've already touched on, at the IMO, whether that's dealing with other administrations. For example, the clearest example is the UK. Myself and my colleague Katrina Kemp, we deal with the domestic and international point of autonomy, but we have colleagues that lead on the survey and inspection, from the training to the fire safety. So being able to give our colleagues and fellow administrations the contact points is a simple way that the MOU can help, so they know who to contact or who to shout to if an industry or operators come to them about an X query from us. So being able to have that collaboration and that communication between one another. Thank you. So, the what then moves into how we've used this so far. So, one of the earliest examples and what we do initially is whenever there's a new signatory, or when we first started this, the meetings we had, or technical meetings, enabled each administration to go through their different regulatory process. This enabled us to give an understanding about what they have, what tools they have, and how they seem to approach it at the same time. Now, commonly, obviously MSC Circular 1644 is the basis for most of them to do a risk-based approach. However, for example, the UK also has the Workboat Code Edition 3 Annex 2, which deals specifically with under 24-metre vessels and remotely operated. Now, that gives a perspective of how we're challenging a different area of autonomy, and how we could maybe help others, or would like to show others how maybe you could address different types of autonomy. Similarly, I know your colleagues in France shared their presentation about how they've defined them as a drone to be able to regulate them and adequately address those in the short term for smaller vessels. So it's about sharing information and understanding them, and also giving each other a chance to question, understanding why we've made these decisions, or about if there's anything that can be done to help. Longer term, those meetings are now starting to look at more bigger or meatier questions, as it were. So looking at the jurisdiction of remote operation centres, looking at what standards those remote operation centres might need to look at, and being able to work together to maybe try and find some sort of harmonisation. Now, I should note this will not usurp each other's national administration's legislative laws or regulations. I don't think any of us have the capacity or means to do that, and the different nuances would make that impossible. But seeing if there's any areas we can make it easier for not only one another, but also industry, and make some sort of harmonisation that could then feed into wider work packages such as the IMO MASS Code. The other point of view is also feeding into the IMO. So the clearest example was back at the Intersessional Working Group 3. Ourselves, Belgium and the Netherlands submitted a paper alongside, I think, Australia on electronic charting systems and ensuring that there was not a two-tier standards for what was required for a mass in between a conventional ship. I know that there's other papers that have been submitted to the 110 session from Norway and Belgium on other topics such as training, which we look forward to discussing. And these are important and shows how we are collaborating to put together and put positions into the IMO. Now, I will note that we don't always see eye to eye, and maybe that's not the point we need to. but it enabled us to communicate to one another and to share and understand why people have certain opinions or different perspectives on how things might need to work. It enables us to also perhaps give a non-native speaker, an English native speaker perspective on a paper for clarity and help draft it and make sure that it's hits the right tone and is understood. So it's about little things, about collaborating, and again, I just emphasise just working together to maybe help each other where we can, and then help the wider maritime autonomy ecosphere and see what we can do there. Back when the UK undertook its own regulatory scoping exercise of our national legislation, we developed a wargaming kit called Serious Gaming. Now, this toolkit essentially gives us the ability to test scenarios, to test situations for autonomy. So, for example, remote operations centres located in different jurisdictions, a master being the master of multiple vessels. But importantly, it gives them the freedom, or policymakers and subject matter experts, the freedom to fail, to be able to test out scenarios and see if barriers are actually barriers, to see if operational problems will actually be foreseen, or if there's certain things we may be overlooked. And we utilise this toolkit with our colleagues at one of the technical meetings to essentially go through and work through those two scenarios I've just mentioned, and to see if there's anything we could do, or if there's anything that maybe we needed to think about further, such as communication, security, maybe distance or whatever. But essentially, it was a toolkit that we're able to utilise and we developed and share with our colleagues to be able to understand further and add another tool to their arsenal to develop or target mass. Oh, if you just go back once. And lastly, another key example is we were also able, luckily thank you to our Belgian colleagues, to visit a remote operations centre. This was key and very useful to us, not only to see how they've approached a remote operations centre in their jurisdiction, but also to see a different use case and business model that they have, and to be able to answer questions and learn from them on how they've developed that. So big thank you to them for giving us that opportunity. And lastly, again, thank you to them. So our colleagues in Belgium decided to host the first North Sea Symposium back in October 2024. So this was a two-day event, with the first day being a collaboration between all administration, technical and experts. And this essentially was us to get together in person to meet and be able to expand on some of the points. Secondly, the second day was be able to bring us and also industry together to present to industry about what we're actually doing and how we're making the MOU into actually something tangible. So we again presented our regulatory frameworks and our tools to industry, and industry were also provided the opportunity to present to us about use cases, about future technology, and about what they were looking at deploying or developing, and about what we needed to be aware of. There are also included debates such as concept of operations, security, and USV training competencies. And this importantly gave us the chance to gain another forum to discuss with both industry and administrations, to learn from one another and see how we can tackle this topic. And lastly, following that and the success of how the event was, hopefully we're able to host the second symposium later this year in the UK, and hopefully we'll be able to get out more information soon on that. So that is the what, why, how and when of the North Sea MOU. It is not potentially foolproof. It is still developing and is still working as the technology develops, but hopefully it gives us an opportunity to collaborate with regional colleagues and how to deal with maritime autonomy as it develops, and feed that into the wider international sphere and understand how we can deal with maritime autonomy together.
Thank you very much, Sam. Yes, we should be able to make that mouse working here. So, while I invite the next speakers or the next panelists up to the floor, we could perhaps now see the results of the first Slido. please have a seat. So not surprisingly, I think in this room, more than half are administration. But it's good to know to whom we are addressing this symposium. Very good. I would also like to perhaps launch already the second question and then discuss that when we start the Q&A. So if you go again to your mobile phones, and another cliche question, so what are the main challenges for the implementation of MASS? And with that, Claudia, please, you can come to the floor. And if it's okay, I would like to test them out so that our presenters can switch their slides. Let's see if we, yeah. No? Okay, we'll fix it. We'll have to fix it later.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good morning, dear delegates. My name is Claudia Hessen. I'm working for Kongsberg Maritime, and I'm heading the section for regulatory and integrity. So I have the pleasure to introduce the first projects in Norway and hopefully giving you a very nice impression of what we commonly have achieved. The maritime So the maritime industry has seen great technology changes over the years, and once again, we are actually in the middle of profound change. We are witnessing a shift from standalone products to integrated systems and beyond to consumer-oriented and on-demand services. Our common goals are a safer, more efficient and more sustainable maritime operation, where data and connectivity are key enablers. Before I'm going to dig into the projects I want to show you, let me introduce to you Kongsberg. Kongsberg is an international technology company that delivers advanced, sustainable and reliable solutions that contribute to safety and efficiency in complex operations. Kongsberg develops the newest technology from the bottom of the sea to the outer space. Our three strong business areas, Kongsberg Maritime, Kongsberg Defence and Aerospace, and Kongsberg Discovery, all deliver excellence in their markets. We work together as one team, translating innovations from one business area to the other. Our common denominator is our technology core, our strong competence and capabilities, transcends business areas, reaching across the entire company. This makes us among the best in our fields, able to deliver extreme performance for extreme conditions. Several of our state-of-the-art solutions are the result of a cross-company effort and achievements. And we are not going to curb our ambitions. We will continue utilizing the combined muscle to deliver world-leading technology, systems and solutions. So when the news about Yara Birkeland was released in 2017, it was a bold story. A fertilizer producer coming to a technology provider with a logistical problem informed that he wanted to have an autonomous vessel. Today, Yara Birkeland is the world's first zero-emission, autonomous, uncrewed container feeder with approximately 80 meters of length. The vessel carries 120 containers, replacing 40,000 diesel fuel trucks per year. The vessel is fully electric. It has 4 battery rooms, redundant switchboard, and thrusters that are flood and fire segregated. There are 2 RC poles at the stern and 2 tunnel thrusters at the bow, giving the vessel a full automatic maneuvering capabilities even after a single burst failure. For situational awareness around the vessel, LIDAR cameras are added to the conventional systems, as well as we have radar and AIS. For communication, we have 3 different redundant principles, which are satellite, maritime broadband, and GSM. Yara Birkeland sails within 12 nautical miles from the Norwegian coast between 3 ports in the southern part of Norway. So the distance between the ports vary from 3 nautical miles from Herøya to Brevik and 7 nautical miles between Herøya and Larvik. The area is also covered by the Norwegian Coast Administration VTS system at Brevik. The manual handling of a container is a large cost driver. So the uncrewed vessel by itself is not sufficient enough. Yara Birkeland project starts when the fertilizer falls off the production line, and every step from there until discharging port is automated. We have self-driving straddler carriers and automated loading and discharging. All is fully electric. The vessel is equipped with 2 automatic mooring cranes, so the berthing and unberthing is done without any human intervention, and the cranes does not require that you have special key arrangements. The vessel charges at Herøya, and the connection and the disconnection to the charging station is automatic. On the next slide, I can show you what we have achieved. Another project is our collaboration with the Norwegian grocery distributor ASKO, which has 2 warehouses on each side of the Oslo Fjord. ASKO is a leading player in the development and provision of zero-emission maritime transport to promote sustainable, innovative logistic solutions. The vessels are 67 meters in length, 15 meters in breadth, and they transport up to 16 truck trailers. 2 battery electric autonomous sea drones are crossing the Oslo Fjord several times daily, replacing approximately 2 million kilometers of truck transport, saving 5,000 tons of CO2 every year. The vessels have been in operation since 2022, and like on Yara Birkeland, The technology and functionality enabling autonomous operation is being tested thoroughly. Common for both projects are that battery electric vessels save the environment by substituting diesel trucks, and they are less sensitive to congestion and road conditions, whilst autonomy and reduced need for manning in the long run will make the operation financially competitive against land-based transportation. By applying Kongsberg's autonomous solutions, we are disrupting short-sea shipping to become a safer, a greener, and more efficient link in the logistic chain, a real game changer for sustainable maritime transportation. ASCO has several features that enables autonomous port automation, which integrates onboard automation and supports auto-docking, auto-crossing, auto-mooring, charging, and the ramp. On the picture behind me, you see the Teflon fenders, the integrated control of the vacuum mooring, the charging connector, and the ramp. In addition, the link span automatically adjusts to the correct height when one of the barges enters the port, gates open, and traffic lights turn green when the mooring is done. The ramp and the link span are connected and the kingpin is secured. With these systems in place, not only the people on board can be removed, but also quayside crew. And as we are on the topic of uncrewed vessels, we focus our development on what we have named the 4 pillars of autonomous operation. The first one is the vessel's capability, and here we are not only talking about the navigational part of autonomy, here we are talking about the entire onboard system. The second pillar is the bi-directional connectivity, including its infrastructure, and of course the ability to use multiple carriers with having redundant systems. The third one is a remote operation center. So even for a continuously uncrewed vessel, there are humans in the loop. They are now relocated to a remote operation center, which can be either on land or on board another vessel. Kongsberg has been delivering control system for standalone vessels throughout the past 30 years. Now we are approaching needs and expectations where the customer wants to reduce manning on the vessels and move operations to remote control centers. As we are moving towards these markets, Kongsberg has strategically chosen to develop in-house systems for remote operation centers, connectivities, and add-on functionality for vessels and remote control operation. So let me introduce to you Masterly. Masterly is a joint venture between Kongsberg Maritime and the Norwegian ship owner Wilhelmsen. Kongsberg is a world leader in automation and autonomy and invests heavily in digital development and cybersecurity. Wilhelmsen is a global maritime industry group with the biggest maritime network in the world. Masterly manages and operates autonomous and remote-controlled vessels from the remote operation center located in Horten, just 1 hour southwest of Oslo. So uncrewed vessels, they require monitoring and supervision. Here you see on the left-hand side how the Masterly rock looked in the beginning, where we only had one navigation rose, where the rock operator was able to monitor the vessels. Now we have a fully equipped remote operation center with 2 navigation rows and several engineering rows, where the operators can not only monitor Yara, Bökeland and Asko, but also several other vessels. On these pictures, you see the workstations for the navigators and the engineers. We have an ergonomic workplace with desk, chairs, and monitors. The desk is equipped with levers and knobs, specially adapted for the operation and the mission the operator is going to convey. It is important to mention that the rock environment shall not be a duplicate of the vessel bridge setup with conventional operator stations. The rock shall be a new environment utilizing the rock capabilities. The remote and autonomous vessel control system is the functionality related to how we can remove manning from a vessel and moving towards uncrewed autonomous operations. So that requires that we add a package called the Autonomy Service. The main functional areas of this package are the digital orchestration, the alert handling, and being able to analyze the onboard equipment of the vessel. Going from a manned to an uncrewed vessel requires that these functions are installed on top of the existing conventional control system, such as automation system, maneuvering systems, power systems, and so on. In Kongsberg, we have chosen to have a stepwise approach, introducing assisting functions before going over to automated and orchestrated solutions. We are evolving existing products together with developing autonomous functionality. So as per today, most of the automatic functions are installed on the vessel, and we are moving towards the orchestrated solutions. The goal of the orchestrated solution is to move the master, the navigator, and the chief to shore. Right now, we are about to finalize the last step to enable that the chief is moving to the remote operating center in Horten. And this is actually happening now these days. In parallel, we have started the process to move the navigator to shore. The last person to move to the rock will be the master of the vessel. And all this is done in close cooperation with Norwegian maritime authorities and DNV. Going from a conventional bridge controlled and operated vessel into a remotely operated vessel requires a switch of mindset when it comes to task and possibilities. So here we see how conventional bridge operators will be moved from the vessel and into the rock. The task and the responsibilities will be altered and the possibilities will change. Depending on the operation, there will be at least 2 kinds of main operational scenarios. We have the monitoring and control of the autonomous operation and remotely direct controlled operation. As I mentioned before, the first person, Kongsberg, together with our customer, wants to move to the rock is the chief. The chief in the rock will have direct control of the propulsion and the steering systems, the vessel machinery, the deck machinery, and cargo handling. The rock has an own engineering workstation, as shown on the previous slides, where the chief can have remotely direct control to the vessel. The next person to move to the rock is a navigator. So the navigator's task in the rock will be the same as on the vessel. Also here, the navigator has its dedicated navigation workstation, and the navigator works in close cooperation together with the chief from the remote operating center. The last person to move to the rock is the master. So now we have achieved that we have a remote, direct, controlled, uncrewed vessel. But how do we continue the journey to move from remote control to autonomy? Moving from a manned to an uncrewed vessel requires that we replace the main roles of the onboard master, navigator, and chief. So the replacement is done by making a digital version of these functions residing on the vessel, while the rock operator gets a new set of tasks and responsibilities. It is also important to be aware that the orchestras shall be deployed on top of the Kongsberg conventional vessel control system. So here you see the 3 digital roles that are introduced in the autonomous service layer and will contain all functionality to actually orchestrate and execute the autonomous vessel operation. The rock operator will interact with the vessel on a high level. A typical rock operator will not have the knowledge of a master, a chief, or a navigator. These roles are now included inside the vessel, and the rock operator will typically make and administer the mission in addition to monitor the execution of this mission. When replacing the onboard personnel with software function, it is of utmost importance to determine how the vessel should react when it is outside its normal operation. So in such an event, it is important that the relevant response is clearly defined with the help of fallback stages. The fallback stages are predefined sets and actions that will take action when unexpected disruptions or events occur, providing a backup plan. On all our projects, we have defined several fallback stages depending on the vessel's own positions, the vessel, or the current condition, and situational awareness. It's also important to keep in mind that all fallback stages should be time-bound. I would like to use the opportunity to thank the NMA for giving me the opportunity to present Yara and Asko to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Claudia. And I would suggest that we keep the questions for the session that is coming up. But I would like to invite Björk now from Reach Remote to inform us about another very interesting project.
Thank you very much. Dear delegates, good morning. Thank you for being here for this exciting day. I'm here to present a live project, the Reach Remote, from the company Reach Subsea. Can I use this? Or?
We can try, but it didn't work before we sort of decided to...
Okay, bear with me.
Can you try it now?
Oh, yeah. Here we are. Thank you. So I'm representing Reach Subsea. It's a Norwegian-listed company. We operate in the North Sea and internationally. We have grown since 2012 until now in 2025, a much bigger company than we were in the beginning. The company was founded by 4 founders, and we are now close to 500 employees internationally. Our focus is to have operational excellence and the focus on safety and sustainability. And as you can see from the graph, we have had quite a significant growth over the years. Our idea was that we operate in a quite volatile market where the season and the weather conditions affects our operations. We hire in vessels where we install our underwater vehicles, the ROVs, and then we perform projects for the clients offshore. Using the bigger vessels for transporting an ROV system is a quite big vessel to carry around, with a maritime crew of 25 people at least, and also the project crew required for the operation of the ROV system, meaning that we will escalate the number of people on board to approximately 50 people, and that is quite an expensive asset in terms of utilizing the ROV. So we were looking for concepts where how can we supply the ROV system with power from a smaller platform, and that's when the idea of Reach Remote arose. We also saw that the technology development in our industry were moving more towards remote control operations, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and a greener vessel shift. We also saw that smaller USVs had been in the market for quite some time, maturing the market and the clients for utilizing this kind of technology. And using remote control operators have also been proven to work. So in order to give you an introduction to the Reach Remote concept, we have a 1-minute video for you to watch.
The sea is the future, and it needs intelligent, clean, and efficient solutions. Reach Subsea has a solid history of disruptive technology. Now introducing Reach Remote, an innovative solution for over-the-horizon unmanned subsea operations. Together with our partners Masterly and Kongsberg, we're taking the next step, transforming the subsea industry. Remote control of vessels and ROVs is a natural evolution made possible by technology. We have combined human interaction with engineering and risk management to reach a sustainable next-generation subsea solution. A robust unmanned surface vessel and ROV, fully connected, managed by reliable control systems under human supervision. Reach Remote is capable of performing an unrivaled range of survey, intervention, and inspection services. With advanced tools, sensors, and communication systems, we provide the information needed for accurate decision-making. We are on a mission to deliver competitive and carbon-efficient subsea operations that ensures a safe work environment for all personnel. We welcome you to explore this maritime adventure. The sea is the future, and everything you need is within reach.
So this started as an idea, and it materialized into a concept from Kongsberg Maritime, and thank you, Claudia, for the introduction to the technology. Just wanted to give you insight into the story and where we are now. As you can see on the photos, we did a prototype assessment of the concept, also tested in the pool in Trondheim with SINTEF, proven the technology to be scalable. So this took us into a FEED study that we did together with Kongsberg Maritime to lay the foundations for doing the decision-making of the investment back in 2019. And our concept ended up like this, with a steel hull vessel, 24 meters long, actually 23.9, and 8 meters wide. We were building a vessel in steel to be able to operate in the harsh weather conditions of the North Sea. We decided to have no people on board from the very first day, so the vessel itself you can consider a drone with instrument rooms, and a diesel-electric hybrid propulsion system with multiple communication carriers on board. The vessel were designed to operate in 20 meters per second and also in significant wave heights of 3.5. We also wanted to utilize the hull of the vessel by mounting subsea sensors, so we can use her without the robot system. And we were patriotic about Norway, and we wanted the Norwegian flag on the vessel as well. The vessel were built, the steel hulls were built in Klaipėda in Lithuania, unfortunately during the outbreak of a war. That set us a bit back, but we managed to complete the project in Klaipėda and took the vessels to Brevik, just an hour outside of Oslo, where we installed the 2 twin sister hulls into the yard. And on the 27th of March in 2024, the first vessel were deployed, and there were happy days. This has become a reality due to the good cooperation between 4 technology partners. Now Claudia has given you an introduction to the innovation program of Kongsberg Maritime, who has delivered the technology for the Reach Remote. But Reach is a specialist in maritime robotics and also subsea operations, and without that combination, we wouldn't have come as far as we have today. And we agree that the Kongsberg needs Reach, and Reach needs Kongsberg. And you have already been explained the concept behind masterly. We are not challenging the legal role of a captain. So we have utilized masterly as our vessel managers, who are responsible for the maintenance and the operation of the vessel. And then we also want to mention our partner, Kystdesign, who has built the electrical ROV class system that is on board. And here you can see some videos from the new build process where they are testing the ROV in the pool, the very first electrical work class ROV from Kystdesign. In order to be able to operate these vessels, we needed multiple control centers. So next to the remotely control center for the navigators and the chiefs, we need control centers to monitor the data that we acquire from offshore. This is an example of an operations center where we have geophysicists and seniors who are monitoring the operation and the data quality that we acquire. We also have other control system operation centers where we have the operational crew who is organizing the offshore operation. In order to be able to bring the clients into the environment that we operate in remotely, we designed the Reach Horizon, which is a remote control platform where we mirror all of the systems that we use for the remote control operations. Here we can see the healthiness of all of the systems on board. We also stream the video feeds from the vessel, so the clients can be participating in our operations remotely from any place in the world, actually. On the 27th of March, we launched the Reach Remote number 1. This is a video of the launch of Reach Remote number 2. And as you can see, the vessels are able to be lifted and transported transatlantic. And that is a plan we have to be able to deploy the vessels internationally when they are finished here in Norway. So we believe that the Reach Remote is a solution for the future. Now we are counting maybe 20 people onshore instead of 50 plus offshore, and we believe that we have managed to create a concept that is maybe the world's first, to what I know, at least, and it's a great decarbonization example. In comparison to a bigger vessel doing exactly the same, we have a lot of savings. We can see that we save up to 90% fuel usage. We have less people on board. We can eliminate the safety risk of personnel, and these vessels are also cheaper to build and cheaper to operate. So the successful sea trials that we did now during the winter showed us that the vessel were able to sail in 10 knots approximately. She was able to be remotely controlled over the horizon from the control center of Masterly. We also deployed a mini rock on board an assisting vessel that followed her, and we did the transition between the assisting vessel and the rock center, showing us that we could have multiple control with handover protocols. So we took the official delivery of Reach Remote number 1 on the 16th of January 2025. From there she sailed from the yard and up to Horten, where she was taken into the dry dock for installation of the ROV system. So this is some illustrations from the ROV system, and remember, the only purpose of the vessel is to supply the ROV system with necessary power and communication. I think it's worth mentioning that we have some important enablers in this project, and you are one of them, the Coastal Administration as well, the Norwegian Maritime Administration, and also DNV and the North Sea MOU. we see that working together in a maritime cluster and with initiative taken on the digitalization process and the cross-border operation has enabled us to be first movers in this approval process. We have now sailed the vessel for 44 days offshore, outside of Norway. And the vessel proves to be highly stable and maneuverable in even challenging conditions. As you can see, this is, I think she's doing 6 knots here, approximately, and quite some waves outside of Lista in Norway. And this is a video showing her arrival to Haugesund, a very big day for us all when we got her home. And she was getting home because we had a pilot project planned for her. We did work together with the clients over the building process to find specific work tasks for her to demonstrate in the North Sea. And we managed to get Equinor and Shell and Total Energies, Harbour Energy, Gasco, and the Royal Australian Navy to support us in a pilot project. So we mobilized her in Haugesund, and the purpose of the pilot was to demonstrate the full capabilities of the vessel. She was doing then pipeline inspection and seabed mapping, both with the ROV and the hull-mounted sensors. We also wanted to prove her as being a guard vessel, and we also have in-house equipment for seismic monitoring that we wanted to test. So we sailed her from Haugesund up north to Bergen and out to the offshore fields of Troll and Gullfaks and Snorre and Åsgard. And the total duration of the project was 44 days. When we did the operation, we were mirroring the same kind of project model that we have for the conventional vessels, not introducing too much new aspects for the involved personnel. We used the same project model, we used the same communication protocol, we used the same procedures. And on the photos here, you see the offshore manager, which is the nominated person we use for doing the logistics between the various parties in a project. And the photo underneath is from the remote control center for the robot, for the ROV system. This is an illustration of the situational awareness system that we have on board the Reach Remote, developed by Kongsberg Maritime. It's a camera cluster with an ability to detect objects and also combine that with the public AIS data. And this is a supporting tool for the ROC navigators who are remotely controlling the vessel. So the vessel has little autonomous behavior apart from the automation functions that we also have on our sailing boats, like the autopilots and follow track and onwards. This is also an illustration showing how the clients were watching us while we were doing the operations. They could sit in their house or in their car, whatever, where they were, and watch the current status of the Reach Remote in operation. And I think at this video, she is operating in a 500-meter zone at possibly Åsgard or Gullfaks. The ROV itself had exceptional performance. As I mentioned, it was a new-built, fully electrical world-class ROV system. That is what we do. We do the remote control operations from our control centers. And we were very interested in understanding the capabilities of the ROV system, especially since we are doing remote control. As you know, there are latency obstacles when you do remote control operations. But this video is a speed-up video, but it showed that we managed to do a critical operation, a valve operation at Gullfaks in real time. And that was the proof of the pudding. That's when we could raise our glasses. That's when we could say that we actually managed to build a vessel that we can use for our operations compared to conventional vessels. The summary is that Reach Remote has had excellent performance. We have been offshore for 44 days. We have been operating the ROV with 36 dives, and we have had 0 breakdown. We have not had any technical problems at all, at least not as serious as we were fearing. We see that the vessel is capable of performing in the specifications that she was built for. with 20 meters per second and 3.5 meter significant wave height. She was, as you could see from the master statement, she had excellent performance and there were no concerns, even though she had quite a big pitch and roll. But that's what she's designed for. We did push the limits. We are scared of our expensive equipment, but we did push the limits to launch the RV system in 3.2 meter significant wave height, and we are very happy to have done that, I must say. We did lose connectivity a few times, but the vessel is programmed, as you say, Claudia, to go in a safe state. And every time we lost connectivity, maybe a handful over the period of 44 days, she just stayed in position as she's programmed to do. Also worth mentioning is that if you compare Reach Remote to a conventional vessel, there's high focus on decarbonization in the maritime industry. When you use a smaller vessel and you don't have the transit of people all around the world for the vessels, we say that a conventional vessel doing exactly the same as Reach Remote, she can use 15 cubics of fuel during a day. And as you can see here, Reach Remote uses 0.8. She's a diesel-electric hybrid, but it's a big step towards decarbonization for this type of operations. We would like to see her speed up a bit, but she can do an average of 8 knots. We did see 10 knots during the trials, but she has very good line keeping and excellent data quality. We have received a lot of attention for the project. We believe, and hand raised if we are not first, but we believe that we are first in the world to deploy such a vessel. We have received a lot of attention. We were Ship of the Year in Norway for 2024. We have received the local awards, and we got a really good LinkedIn post from the CEO himself, or the president of Equinor, Mr. Anders Opedal, that gives some wind into our sails that I also hope that you will give us. Also a great event for us was to see the sister vessel, Reach Remote number 2, entering the market now when the market is hot. We have proven the Reach Remote concept to be a commercial success, and the clients are lining up for wanting to use the vessel for their projects, and it's very good timing for us to be able to take delivery of Reach Remote number 2 now on the 12th of June. But we are not stopping there. We are already planning the scale-up of Reach Remote. We are building a fleet of these vessels to deploy all around the world. So we are in the middle of planning number 3 and number 4, and we have a scale-up strategy up to 20 vessels that can operate in a follow-the-sun management. So we take away the night shift and we give handovers to the next country that is in daytime operation. That is our ultimate goal. But please remember, the vessel is remotely controlled with limited autonomous behavior. That's what we need to do stepwise in the continuation. So I'll just end my presentation with a short summary.
Built a strong foundation, sustainability, and close collaboration with academia and industry. With Reach Remote, we took a bold step to innovate. Through dedication and smart risk management, we reached key milestones. A successful pilot project run with several major energy companies proved our full capabilities. Now, we're ready to deliver safer, more sustainable subsea solutions across our entire fleet. Reach Remote, the future is now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Björk. If you could join me here, and perhaps we can slowly go into the Q&A session. Thank you both. This was extremely interesting. Can we perhaps start warming up with the results of the second slide of questions? And this was, what are the main challenges for the implementation of MASS? And as you can see, and having in mind that we are here in the room mainly administrations, even in this group, and I do believe that the administrations are the ones that are very much aware of the regulatory framework, they still think it's almost 50% that the regulatory framework is the main challenge. How would you see that? May I start with you, Björk?
Well, we approached the approval process by developing the FEED study. In the FEED study, we adopted the CONOPS, the safety philosophy, the design philosophy, and what else? The connectivity philosophy. And we used solid time to develop these documents because we knew that that was required for the approval process. When the FEED study was finished, we sent it to NMA for a preliminary approval. And that was important for us to do the investment. At that point of time, we were a small company. We were doing some bold steps with investing heavily without an end client. So for us, it has been important to stick to the philosophy documentation and build the procedures and the technology in accordance with the FEED study and the philosophies.
Would you then, and Claudia also, you may come in, then say that the regulatory barrier that is identified here is more related to the international implementation? Would that be a thing? Would you agree to that, Claudia?
Yes. Yes, I definitely would agree to this. Together with the NMA and also DNV, I think we established a good foundation that we can prove that our project and what we try to achieve is on a safe and sustainable basis. And this has been our goals all the way through. And this is why it is so important to spend a lot of time on the FEED studies. And as Björk said, we are spending a lot of hours on these philosophy documents.
Thank you. I definitely have several questions here that I would like to ask them, but the idea that we have is also to involve you, so I would like to open up for the Q&A. For those of you also participating remotely, you may as well pose questions. We will prioritize on the questions that we have in the room. But so feel free to raise your hand if you have questions, but until you warm up, I can also begin. If I go to you, Claudia, you spoke during your presentation, you referred to different functions. You at some point you were listing auto-crossing, auto-docking, auto-mooring. Is that, how does that sort of modular approach work, and how does that work in relation to the approval? Meaning, do you see that that approval is happening on a function base, and also would you see that approval and that sort of approval of these concepts or of these functions are helpful to other projects as well?
Yeah, the functionality of auto-mooring, auto-crossing, auto-docking is also implemented on conventional vessels, just to ease the cognitive load or the load on the crew itself. So we are using these functionalities to introduce it on many conventional vessels as well. And we see that this helps also on remote and autonomous vessels.
Right, so this is like a standard, a product that you guys are offering?
It's a product that we develop. And
okay, well, thank you very much. Another thing then I would go to you, Björk, that I thought was very interesting, also very interesting for this group, is related to handover. You spoke about it and you said that, you know, it worked fine, and in this group we have been discussing about it, and we haven't agreed on such procedures. We are still talking about it. What was your experience? How did you develop it?
Well, there are two types of handovers. It's between the navigators, and there's in the operative team that we use for the reach remote data acquisition. So Masterly established handover protocols for, you mean handover during operation? Yes. And that was part of our testing to understand how the handover could be done smoothly. We saw that having a written handover and also take functionality on the rock in charge was necessary. And everything has been logged, and we didn't see any issues with doing these handovers during the operation. It was actually smooth sailing, I must say. So there were several purposes for taking handover. It's when we wrote the philosophy documents, we described the roadmap where we were approaching Reach Remote stepwise. So the first step was to have a vessel that is capable of being remotely controlled. That was step number 0. And then we went into step number 1, where we made the vessel connected to the rock. And then in this phase, we decided to have an assisting vessel with us. And the assisting vessel were equipped with a mini rock center, able to take over on this take functionality if needed. But we saw during the testing that we needed to double up all the people involved from Masterly, because we had to have people on board the assisting vessel and also on the rock in Horten. So for some of the times where there were handover made, it was just to relieve one master or one navigator or a ETO for his coffee break. So it smooth sailing, I must say. And when it comes to the project, as we have decided to, when we are introducing new technology, we need to adopt to what is already known amongst the team. We are a big company with 500 employees, and to introduce new technology can cause mayhem. So we said, just look at this as a regular vessel. We will do the project planning as we normally do. We will approach risk assessments as we normally do. There are some particulars when the vessel is remotely controlled that we need to manage, but all of the documentation, all of the protocols when we are in operation are the same as we have on conventional vessel. That caused some release in the organization to adopt to this new technology.
Thank you very much. I did see a question. Can you please also state your name and delegation while you pose your question? You have the floor.
Thank you very much. My name is Mehmet Anfigiler. I'm alternate permanent representative of Turkey. And
can you please speak up a bit?
Sorry?
If you could speak up a bit.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think it's better to like this. Is okay? First of all, I'd like to thank Norway and IMO for organizing that symposium. It's very fruitful. And we are dealing with the regulatory part of the MASS, and you are working for operational part, and then we need your feedback about the MASS. I have 2 questions. First question is regarding the CODREG. According to Rule 5 of the CODREG, it requires that every vessel shall at all times maintain a proper lookout and sight and hearing, as well as by all available means appropriate. And how must particularly those operating at levels 3 and 4 demonstrate compliance in the absence of proper physical crew, current technology sufficient to meet this legal standard? This is first question. How you can comply with that proper lookout by sight and hearing. And the second question is how are MASS, especially those fully autonomous and remote controlled, going to conduct search and rescue operations? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, if I understood correctly, it's the first question is regarding the proper lookout and how these vessels are conducting, or how this is considered in relation to CODREGs. And the second question is regarding search and rescue, right? What has been considered with regards to search and rescue? Would you like to respond, Claudia?
Yes, I can answer on this one. For the situational awareness, we have installed several cameras and we have a camera cluster, so there are a lot of cameras installed. And we have the remote operating center which is connected. So on the camera system, we are able to identify objects quite good, maybe even better than a human eye does, as Björk has shown on her videos. So we feel quite comfortable that we have a proper, or can provide a proper lookout. When it comes to search and rescue, we have written on all projects that our projects, they can support in search operation, but they are not able to rescue. So they will be able to support and then somebody else or the rock operator needs to call for additional help to do the rescue operation.
Thank you very much. I see another question. Please go ahead.
Thanks all for sharing your experience, firstly. I'm from Saudi Arabia. My name is Naif Al-Farran. Actually, I have some points I would like to talk about. Is the AI transparency and software quality include standard way to track, explain decision made by AI system? I hope you get that. That means is the AI could make decisions and give an idea for the captain on land to make it easy to make decisions. You get that? That's the first one. The second one, cybersecurity from the beginning should be built into design of mass system, not added later. We suggest using secure by design method and blockchain for protected digital records. Like in the Web3, there is systems called Know Your Business or Know Your Customers. So it's be easy and not be hacked from anywhere because it's on web, so it's easy to be hacked, you know. I think that's one idea, and there is 3 more. AI for predicting risks, use smart system like LSTM, natural networks to analyze data and detect problems before they happen, you know, and also use of Web3 because this is the next generation of internet trust records. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, that's quite a few issues, but please go ahead if you could comment, at least as I understood it, to AI transparency and explicability, cybersecurity, predictive fault detection.
Of course, we have implemented a lot of cybersecurity requirements, and all projects follow the class notation for cybersecurity. At least, if in the case that they have not the class notation, they should be built according to the cybersecurity notation. How we comply with this one, I cannot go into detail. When it comes to AI functionalities, We are not using AI functionalities as per today. And the vessel operators, they have always the possibility to connect to the vessel, and they have always the possibility to override the decision of the vessel. So I cannot go more into details than that.
Thank you very much for that. May I just build up a bit on that and also ask you, Jörg, how do you experience cybersecurity and like those concerns? Is that something that concerns you? How do you deal with that on a day-to-day basis?
Well, cybersecurity is, of course, one of the most important aspects when you do remote control operations, and especially in this reach remote concept. We know that there are phishing attacks. We know that there are spoofing, but we are able to build, together with Kongsberg, strong protection systems, and we have now seen throughout the period of time that there has been a lot of attempts, but none of them has been successful. So this is a rapid changing environment, of course, but just understating that Reach Remote does not have an onboard remote control. You cannot climb on board the Reach Remote and take control of the vessel. She can only be remotely controlled through the systems that we have onshore. So there's no steering house, there's no emergency way of and she's locked and sealed. And also just mentioning in terms of search and rescue, she's installed with a PA system and a sound reception system. So we are adapting to the regulation as best as we can, but to save someone when there's no one on board is quite difficult. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. I do see a question there. Please.
Hi, Richard Purser from IMCA. You have you mentioned about time zones and switching the rock from one jurisdiction to another jurisdiction. How's that flying? I mean, how are you negotiating that?
I think I said in the same sentence that is our ultimate goal in the future. So now we are not challenging that, of course, but we have heard some rumors of vessels being approved by the MCA that has also been granted access to operate in Norway with control centers in UK. So we need to investigate if that is a fact, because currently there are quite some commercial opportunities for us in the split zone on the Norwegian and UK borders. But we are not challenging that until we have a consensus on the topic. So we will move the masters around where we need them with that challenge. But now we have built a flexible system. We have the Horten rock that Claudia has explained, but we also have multiple portable rocks that we can establish. In cooperation with DNV and NMA, we have established procedures on how to set up a temporary rock and how to test that to be functional. Yeah. But we are not challenging the cross-border quite yet. So I hope that was an answer to your question.
Yes, thank you. No, it makes sense what your goal is, but it'd be interesting to see how it plays out.
I guess that is a topic for your next days to discuss.
Yes.
So, but we do as you say.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see another question in the back of the room.
Thank you. My name is Hans Sander. I represent the Norwegian Maritime Officers Association. Congratulations to REACH with their project and also, of course, to Mastery. I know the project very well. We have members on board that are operating these autonomous vessels, and soon they will be taken from the vessels and placed in a rock. But I just had a question regarding what kind of license would the chief engineer require to have to operate a rock, and like for the master? Will you follow like the STCW scheme, or what kind of how do you determine the competence, the level of certificate a person needs to operate a rock? And secondly, and just out of curiosity, like on the vessels that goes for Asko and Yara Birkeland, how do you deal with, like, if you have like fire in the cargo, you are taking 16 containers or trailers on Marit and Teresa, but how do you, from a remote center, control such like a fire operation on board? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think this goes to Claudia.
I cannot say anything about the license the operators need to have, so I don't know. When it comes to fire, we have automatic fire sensors and automatic release systems installed on all vessels. So these will be released automatic on the detection of fire on board the vessel. And an alarm is also alerted in the rock in Horten, and then the chief in the rock can activate the fire systems via K-chief on board the vessels.
Thank you. May I, commenting on the license, I think, and the competencies, I think this is perhaps more or also a question towards the NMA, and what I could comment perhaps on that is that we are also learning in this process, so we are also trying to figure out what is needed for the rock operators, but of course STCW is the basis for the competencies of the remote operators. But I did want to follow up on that question, because I think in both of your presentations you sort of referred to other roles. Claudia, you spoke about orchestrating, but also Jörg, you spoke about acquiring data and having additional people. Could you please comment on that, on the different roles that you might see in a rock?
Well, we normally, when we deliver a project, we have a bridge with the maritime crew, and then we have a project team that sits on the next deck. And then we have the ROV crew that controls the ROV. Now we are splitting up all of these roles into separate rocks or separate locations because we want to bring the job to the people instead of having people moving. So to be able to do that, you need a collaborative platform, and that is the Reach Horizon that I showed you with the streaming of the videos, where we actually can have a common field log, like a captain's handbook, if you want, that is more digital available. So we use a comms system for the people involved in the operation to be able to talk to each other during the operation with them. I would say it's the similar protocol that you use on board a ship when you use the comms. And then we use a Teams platform to collaborate with our clients. We use the chat function to be able to answer the client's question. Like now, it's kind of a never-ending hearing, what you're doing now and what will be next and so on. So for us, it's been important to use the protocols that we are used to using from before, just in a more digitalized environment. We have not introduced any new roles in terms of doing the remote control operations. I guess the new role must be me and some assistants there. But we still have a project manager, we still have an offshore manager, we have the senior surveyors that maintains the maps, so we know where we are, the transponder signals, we have the ROV pilots, and then we have also the dialogue with the master. And the way we approach it is that the master is responsible for the maritime operation. So he takes the vessel out from the quayside to the operational site. He does the DP tests or whatever we are required to do on site, and then he says, I'm ready. And from there we started the project process with the task we are going to do, but the master is always responsible for the integrity of the vessel. And then you have the chief engineers in the rock who are monitoring the healthiness of the vessel as we move along. So it is quite a traditional setup, I must say.
Yeah, I can say some words about the idea behind the orchestration. The idea is that we implement the orchestration is that we want to establish a business case where direct control of a vessel is not a business case for us. So we want to have a remote operating center where one person can monitor several vessels. And this is why we implemented the orchestration, so that they can handle the vessel and do the task of a master, a chief, or a navigator. And that the operator in the rock, he is monitoring or should monitor up to maybe 5 vessels. And only in the case that he sees that he needs to intervene with one of these vessels, he can jump in and take this one vessel out and do whatever needs to be done.
Thank you very much. We're almost there, but I do see a question online, and that is Spain.
Hi, good morning. Thank you very much for this interesting symposium. Really interesting. This is a kind of sum up of the works we have been developing for the last 4 years. I want to be brief and going back to the question of search and rescue. It was interesting that you said it's quite difficult for an unmanned vessel just to carry out the rescue operations. But I want to pose you the question if it will be possible if anybody on the water is still strong enough just to climb on board. Do you have on these boats, these vessels, do you have any means of access from the water or they are not available? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Spain. Do you answer?
I can answer for the ASCO and Yara vessels, and then you can take Reach. No, I don't think you will be able to climb on the outside and come on board the vessels. And this has to do with the safety of the vessels as well. And in addition, there is no possibility or there's no shelter on board the vessels as they are built right now. As Berg mentioned, all the doors are locked and it's not possible to enter these vessels. And as per today, we have quite a lot of conventional vessels. So this is why we agreed together with the NMA as well that we limit the search functions for these vessels, and we are allowed to drop the rescue.
Yeah, not much to add there, Claudia. I know we have a communication locker on the top of Reach Remote that you can talk to the rock from, and we have a PA, but I don't think it is possible to climb on board. But if it is, there is no shelter, as you say, so the only means is to be able to contact the rock.
Thank you very much for that. Just to add, perhaps from an NMA's perspective there, that also these projects have been approved for also a quite specific area of operation, right? So just to make that clear again. If it is a very, very fast question, because we are almost at coffee break.
Yeah, it's very fast, actually. Actually, from your experience, I know that we are continuous to be updating or to be best usage for that mass. Actually, I'm asking about when the ship will be arrived to near to the ports, how the communication with the bridge port and the pilot of the port, which is usual, the pilot go on board the ship, then it's berth the ship alongside. How it's going to be that in these new ships, which is a must.
For Asko and Yara, we have dedicated ports. So Asko and Yara, on Yara we have 3 ports. On Asko we have 2 ports. And the vessels are only going through these 2 or 3 ports. They don't have any other operational window. So there we don't need to have pilots. It's all automatic.
So if you would like to make upgrade for the old ports to make it smart ports, what we should do as a minimum?
Yeah, smart ports for Asko, they are smart because there you have the vacuum mooring. For Yara, I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you very much. If I may, I do believe that a later presentation might touch upon that subject as well, so bear with us. Well, time flies when you're having a good time. Right, so now it's time, I think I have to say this, as most of you know, Greek by origin, Symposium, and Greeks love to talk about etymology of words, especially if those words are Greek. And Symposium means drinking together. So now we're going to drink coffee together, and that's served on the first floor. Thank you very much.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. I hope you had a nice coffee break and not just drinking coffee together, but also talking together. Now we are going to hear from the operators side and also from the administration side and their experiences with MASS. But first, I think we can start off with some Slido questions. Is the... Oh, sorry, I'm the one clicking. Is the QR code? Sorry. So then, for this session, we have 2 Slido questions. The first one being, what are the main challenges for remote operators? And the next one is, what could be the benefits for remote operators? And now I would like to welcome to the podium Sveinung Zahl and Johan Kallekott from Remota, giving us the ROC perspective.
Oh, sorry. Good afternoon, delegates. NMA, thank you for the invitation to present at this symposium. MASS also needs people, and we are a remote operate center located in Haugesund, not far from NMA. Well, anything in Haugesund is not far, so. Will this work? Sorry. So where does Remota come from? Like I said, we are in Haugesund, west coast of Norway. We were established in 2022. It was 3 strong owners in Deep Ocean, a subsea contractor, shipping companies Solstad and Østensjø Rederi. They all believe that remote is the future, and they started this standalone company called Remota. In 2019, Deep Ocean started piloting with remote controlling ROVs, that's the robots below the surface, from the beach. The 2 other owners found this very interesting, and in, like I said, 2022, they came in on the owner side, and that's when we took off. Today we operate 4 rock rooms in Haugesund. 3 of them is ROV rock rooms, and 1 is a USV rock room for a USV that's being tested and proven as we speak, and we're going to hear about that later from Deep Ocean. We have 6 rock rooms in Aberdeen, and we are setting up a rock in Houston. And there was a question about shifting the rock where there's always daylight. And when working with IMO and the marine authorities, we of course have to adhere to responsibility of the master and the company. But when working with subsea, we can have the rock wherever we like. So far, anyway. So we are already looking at operations far over the horizon to another time zone. Today we are present on the subsea vessels, looking at the offshore and energy sector. We have commercial business in ROV rocks, and now we're starting up with USV. We have some pilot programs going on for DP operations, dynamic positioning, crane control, and engine control room. We see a big future in the wind industry and also public transportation. The Government of Norway, if you can go back one slide, please. The Government of Norway recently had an offer and a quote out for 4 ferries across Sognefjorden called Lavik-Oppedal, and they will be on that ferry stretch. The officer of the watch will be on the beach in 2030, and that's the kind of engagement we need from government to come up with good solutions and to find a business case for what we are doing. It's not always a business case in the first vessel that you are building or first ROV project. You need some time. You're often into alternative design, and that's a costly process. Like it says, we are a technology industry providing a rock room and a connection between your asset and your rock room. We are not restricted to work within the owner group. We are providing services to everybody in the ocean space. Here we see some of the challenges when we're talking about an offshore vessel. These are big vessels with a lot of people on board, and many positions on the vessel are idle for long periods. Some are there just to look at the operation, taking 30 minutes, making sure you turn the valve on the subsea template the correct Newton meter in the correct way. And there's a lot of these positions on board, so it's a costly, it's a big cost block in the project. We also face safety risk out in the sharp end. By taking operators to the beach, we can reduce the risk of damaging people. And I think also Björg was into it here when he's talking about decarbonization, an operation that you do with a big vessel, and if you compare it to a small USV, you already reduce 90% of the fuel consumption and also the CO2. So once the oil majors go into using the USVs, we don't see them going back to using the big vessels for those operations. There will always be operations out there that need bigger vessels with cranes and people and these parts, but there are some of the scopes can be done with these small vessels. Was there one more slide if you go back to? One more back, please. Yes. These are some of the benefits, looking at the social side. Of course, working in this office is a lot more comfortable than working offshore. And some people prefer working offshore. Some people prefer working onshore. Some people have to work onshore. We provide a safe workspace. The gender equality will be greater. We see that we have a lot of ladies in the industry. Unfortunately, when they start a family, most of them move to the beach. In our rocks, you can have a good work-life balance. You can be an operator on the daytime, and you can be a soccer coach on the evening. You don't need a medic, as far as we see it, working in the rock. And we think this is something for the next generation. Next one, please. Here's what we set up. We have a Remota on board, which is a communications package where we provide you with a secure and stable link so that you can communicate with your asset. This is built in-house in Remota. We have network operations center monitoring all the components, and also a security operations center taking care of the cybersecurity. We spoke about cybersecurity. And I think that we can all agree that cybersecurity on a mass vessel is taken into consideration at an early point in the project. There are a lot more risks with the vessels in operations today being online, because we want big data, and they are not prepared to be online. They have old computers, old technology that cannot resist a cyber attack. So I think, as it is today, we are a bit more prepared, talking about mass, than existing vessels. We also have the remote control service. If you want to control your asset, being a ship, an ROV, whatever it is, we set up a control room, either in our facility or in your facility, enabling you to control your asset. We are technology agnostic, meaning that we don't provide the technology for your ROV or for your vessel. We work with the vendors that are already in place. So either if you're ABB or Kongsberg or Wärtsilä, we can set up a service for your asset. Next step is remote monitoring. That's when we move into the autonomy part. City ferries, they always need a human in the loop, as far as we have looked so far. And we can set up that remote monitoring service for you. You can take the next one, please. We've set up, like I said, 4 rooms in Haugesund and 6 in Aberdeen. Some of them are in our facilities and some are in our clients' facilities. We take care of the communication from end to end, also the cybersecurity on some clients, where they are routing all third-party traffic through our solution. Then we are a one-stop shop for the cybersecurity towards the asset. This is where we have the most operational experience. What this says is remote operated vehicle. It's already remote, so how difficult can it be to move the remote from the vessel to the beach? On a subsea vessel, you typically have 2 or 3 ROV sets. And what we are doing is that we are taking control of one set to the beach and moving that crew on the beach, allowing them to operate that ROV and also other ROVs and other vessels. So you are utilizing the resources smarter. And today there is a lack of resources, both in the subsea industry and also on the vessels. We can also provide you with ROV on demand. If it's Christmas Eve and you need a crew in to do a valve operation, getting them offshore is not so easy, but getting them into an operation center might be easier. They can go home and have a turkey steak afterwards. Some of the challenges we've seen is to move the workforce from the vessels to the beach. Like I said previously, some people don't want to be on the beach. They want to be offshore. They enjoy working offshore. But there are a lot of people also in this room that used to work offshore and now work onshore, either because we have to or because we prefer to. And like we see in Haugesund, there are many, many sailors and also subsea contractors working on the beach that we can employ in the rock centers. We are not forcing the sailors to the beach, not yet anyway. Sorry. Next slide, please. This should be a video. Unfortunately, it doesn't play, which is too bad. What you see here is an ROV operator in our rock center in Haugesund operating an ROV on a vessel called Edda Fauna, and she is 300 kilometers away and the ROV is on 370 meters depth. Technology is coming, and that's most likely the easy part. We are moving data and video on quite narrow bandwidth, and we are reducing the latency. Today, we have not been so concerned about latency. If you're watching a soccer match on your cell phone, you don't care if the goal is happening now or now. Only thing you care about is a crystal clear picture of your favorite team. If you are remote controlling an ROV, operating a valve on a subsea template, that's a critical operation. You need to know that your robotic arm is doing what you are intending to do. When we are challenging technology suppliers on latency, they often say, that's not a problem, there's no latency in my system. That's because nobody has challenged them before. The latency from this operator's arm to the screen in front of her is 250 milliseconds. And that's before we have started to do something with the camera on the ROV. Because the camera on the ROV is good for being down in 2,000 meters in low visibility, but it's not good when it comes to latency. Next step is to change that camera to a better camera. So the technology is coming when we are asking for it. Next one, please. The remote USV. One thing is the remote operation centers, but we do have a document of compliance to be ship operator for USVs. Today this vessel is manned and she will be remotely operated by the end of the year. Along with that process, we are also developing the management system in Remota for being suitable for a remote operated vessel. In Haugesund, we will have the remote operating center for this vessel, and we have a different approach where we have all the persons involved in the operation in one room. So on this vessel there will be 2 ROV pilots, there will be the surveyors, and then you have the marine crew. Depending on how good the autonomy system, not the autonomy, but the management system of the vessel is, it will be either 3 or 2 persons. Next one. This is the control room where you can see the ROV part on the right and you see the vessel side on the left. The vessel side is, the ROV part is something we have done for, if you can take one back slide. The ROV side is something we've done for 5 years. These are systems that we know. They are similar to what we have on the vessels, and they've been remote controlling the ROVs from the vessels for a long time, so we're not changing much on that side. On the navigation side and the engine side, it's a new chapter. Like we've heard from Kongsberg and Reach, there's a lot of development on that side, and there is big room for improvement, because the vendors today, if you take an example in the engine room, you can control everything from one computer. If you have a good building supervision, you can control everything from one computer. You can move up to the bridge and it's a mayhem of systems. In this rock room, you have to make a good system, making it easy for the operator to monitor and control the asset. So for an uncrewed vessel, there are 5 persons in this room, so it's not completely uncrewed. Working on the beach, you can't have a one-on-one system like many do today, because the local authorities require us to have a set hours in the week and how many days we can work in a row. So if this was a vessel, we would have 5 positions, 2 shifts on board, day and night, and then you would have one system. You would have 20 people working on this vessel. On the beach, you will have to have more people to adhere to those regulations. So on a one-off, it's not a business case, but moving along, it will be when we can have smarter systems, smarter assets that we are monitoring instead of operating. Then we can have more in the same room. Remote access is next one. Remote access is a monitoring platform for our clients where they can sit at home to be part of the operation that's happening offshore. Like I said, there are a lot of clients coming on the vessels, not necessarily being part of the operation the whole time. With this platform, they can be called in and they can monitor the operation for a period of time. And when they're finished, they can log off and do whatever they want to do. This platform has video transfer and also a two-way communication with the video and audio. Next one. And next one. One more. Remote DP, dynamic positioning. That's something we set up last year. On a DP system, you have controllers on board the vessel taking care of the vessel, and you have operator stations feeding the controllers with input. If you take an operator station, move it to the beach, the redundancy and the control of the vessel is still on board. Makers of DP systems have said for a long time that this is fairly straightforward to set up. We started piloting with this. We've done some test programs. And the next step is to have this into the FMEA and then to approve it in class notation. There was some news at Nordshipping last week that we are teaming up with Kongsberg, which is great news to us. They are a big vendor, and that's a big step forward. We are doing some DP trials on a couple of vessels within the owners of the company. I guess there's a video. Yeah.
The launch of Remote DP is a major step in that direction. This groundbreaking service allows us to remotely control dynamic positioning from shore, giving operators unprecedented flexibility, improving safety, and reducing the environmental footprint of offshore operations. We are excited about the future this innovation opens up, and we are proud to be leading the way in reshaping the future of maritime operations.
The DP part, the technical part, is probably the most straightforward thing here. What we have to create is a situational awareness for the operator. There are many actors working on this. We need to be smart about how we do it. There is more bandwidth coming online, but there's also more potential users coming online. So whatever bandwidth is coming, we for sure will take that and then some. So the solutions have to be smart, narrow, and streamlined. We believe in a joint remote operations center where we have different disciplines, creating a center of excellence where we can develop technology and remote operator experience. We asked what kind of license a remote ROC operator needs, and I don't think we know the answer to that going down the line. It depends on the system you are operating. How smart is the system? What kind of technology are you using, and what kind of competence do you need? So I think that's developing as these systems come online and readily available. I brought Johan Kalgot. He will be part of the Q&A session. He is a master on US3 Challenger and will be a rock operator in Haugesund. Thank you.
Okay, now we are leaving the rock and let's go on board a vessel. I would like to welcome Svein Erik Vaskås from Torghatten, and he's giving us the master's perspective.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, thank you so much for the invitation. It's actually a kind of privilege for me as a master to be here, because I every day have to make some decisions, maybe related to all the rules coming from this headquarters. It's nice to be here finally. And yes, I will talk about something that's maybe not so popular for us as seafarers. You can just go to the second slide, I think. Red vessel. Is everything working? I just had to see on the GPS if the speed goes down when we approach the dock. And this is the same feeling the passenger get, that it's so quiet, it's the silence. And if everyone does a little, this can make big impact on the world. This is my vessel. I'm really proud of it. Actually, yes, I work on this vessel like a managing captain. I've been working in this company for this year 27 years. So I think I've been pretty faithful to my employer. I also had the privilege to be a part of the supervision constructing team for two of our vessels, Buster 6 and Buster Electric, and during the building time in Turkey. Before that, I had my experience on tall ships, actually sailing along the coast of Norway, where we perform value and attitude development work between young people and children. So this is something about me. Our company, Torghatten, it's a big ferry company. We are actually maybe the most busiest company in Norway. We're running 5 ferries in daily operation. We transport annually up to 1.9 million passengers. No, sorry, 3.9 million passengers and 1.9 million vehicles. So it's pretty a lot of busy ferry connection. We have also 3 ferry, which is fully electric. So we was early to start about thinking about emission and environmental. Buster Electric is the last ferry we have. Was put to route March 1st, 2021. And actually on that time it was the world's largest electrical ferry. So it was a little history. And it was a little amazing to be a part of that. The ferry is 139.2 meters long with a width of 21 meters. We can transport up to 200 cars and 600 passengers. So it's a lot. We have a battery capacity of about 4,300 kilowatt hours. And if you compare that with cars, then we talk about 107 Nissan Leaf. but I see I'm not incorrect. I can push myself? No? I can? Yeah, I can. Ah, that's amazing. That will be good. Because of the range in our battery package, we have to charge on both sides in the two cities we are going between. When we talk about emission, studies shows up that the CO2 balance is positive compared to corresponding diesel ferry after just 7 months of operation. And this includes emission associated with the production of both battery and the ferry. So this is something positive also for the environment. Now to the part that's a little sensitive for my group of seafarers, because we want to work, and we hopefully want to work for as long as we can in our career. But the project with Torghatten and Kongsberg Maritime started in 2018. Then I was called to my boss's office, and I sit down and I get the question, can you use your ferry, your ship, in a project to development an auto-docking system for the ferries? And yes, I am a person, I like technology, so I say yes. And the journey started. Today we have 3 vessels with the system installed. It's our vessel Buster 4, 6 and Buster Electric. Why is our company doing this? Why we want to go into, we want to have our workplaces, but we also go into something excited in the future. And this is 3 basic things. It's safety is the first reason and the most important reason. It's environment and it's cost effective. Of course, every ship owner knows that money counts and it's important. But safety includes preventive measure against harm or loss of human life and health. The external environment, facilities, production, knowledge and information based on a risk assessment. When we talk about the environment, in the choice of operational and technical solutions, we shall emphasize and reduce the impact on the external environment. Cost effective, we shall be preferred supplier of cost-effective products and services, which meets the requirements and expectation from customers and authorities. This we do by systematic planning, learning and continuously improvement, preventive measures to prevent damage or loss to human lives and health, the external environment, and especially the maritime environment. Construction and production, knowledge and information, and of course our goal is to not cause any damage to any people. So, how does this affect my everyday life? That's amazing. If you look at the first point there, you have increased security, especially under conditions with reduced visibility. Every seafarer knows how challenging it can be when you go to the bridge and you see the fog is heavy because you don't see nothing. It's grey. And here is the biggest advance for me, and the good benefit for me like a sailor is that I have a system who help me with the maneuvering of the vessel. And that's make me could focus on observing radars, ECTIS, and the instrument for making this navigation safe. We talk about avoid key collision and groundings. Ferries industry has for many years been maybe the biggest when you talk about key collisions. You work with routines and so. And the good thing is that the system is predefined with a predefined track. So the system will keep the vessel on a track. And if you look at the pictures on the left side, you see a manual ferry operation. It's a little here. It's a starboard, port, left and right, and it's not quite a big, good system. On the right picture, you see the ferry operation with auto-crossing. It's more straight. Same route every time. These things you can easily see when you go to the next step, where you talk about lower energy consumption. Because you keep the same route. You are not taking the course around South Pole or something, understand? But you keep the same line. That's make benefits for the environment. You get lower operation costs. Good thing for me as the master. When a company is happy with my fuel consumption or energy consumption. And the last point is also, again, safety, because you get more predictable for the vessel around. Our ferry connection is in the Oslo fjord, so there's a lot of traffic in and out the fjord, and we are crossing all the time. So when the pilots come with new vessels, they know the ferry will come like this, so it's nothing new, actually. How have we implemented this system? One thing is that we have training in simulator. We have developed together with the provider, Kongsberg Maritime, course. Our navigators have to go to course 2 days with simulator and to get to know the system, because this is important, that we know the system, not just that we push the button. We have also requirements for assessment before the navigator can use the system. That means that under supervision, the new navigator had to perform 20 arrivals and departures before you can use the system yourself. We also have requirements for the navigator to carry out manually arrivals and departures to maintain competence. This is important, because if you just sit and push a button and confirm, you maybe forget the actions. Because we have in our procedures limitations for example, weather conditions, that if the weather condition is above 50 meters per second and 2 meters significant wave height, then it's me who is the operator, not the system. So this is important to practice. That was the next one, I think so. Oh, you can go back. Yeah. What we see in this, when we have this system in use, is that it's really important with good procedures. Because we are talking about a technology, it's advanced. And on our vessel now we have this auto-docking system, we have vacuum mooring, and all these things is connected. And we also have the human factor inside this picture. We are carrying cars and passengers. So for us it's really important with good procedures. It's important to not forget the manual operations. We have in our procedures that every hour shift we have to minimum 1 time per shift perform a manually trip. That means we go from one city to the next and back. And this is also because we see that when you use the system, it's easy to forget how you operate the vessel manually. We have other instruments also. We have radar, we have autopilot, and we have all these things that's required to operate the vessel. But we must maintain the knowledge about them. The good thing also with the system is, what you see in the next step, is that it's recognizable. And with this I mean that when in 2018 we was asked, and I was asked to get into this development of the system, Kongsberg come with some computer, it's technology, put it to our technical room, connected to the maneuver system, and for months logging how me and my colleagues was operating the vessel. And that's the important thing also. When we are in the approach of auto-docking and the dock, it's always important for us to sit with our hands on the levers, the controllers, because they are motorized. So when I sit, I can look out the window, I can look at radar, I can look at Actis, I can look at GPS, I can be focused on the surroundings, not exactly what the levers do, because I feel them. And as I say, it's recognizable, it's built up on my actions before. So even when it's foggy, I just observe radar and GPS, see that the system is following the limitation of speed, and I feel in my hand that, yes, system is doing what I am used to do. Understand? And as long as it's do like I am used to do, I trust it. If it starts with something, oh, no, then I can abort it with one push on a button, or I just force the levers, the controllers, to the direction I want. So it's easy like that to take control over the system. The system was put into service after a lot of testing. We are still testing, I believe, but it was about 8,000 departures, arrival, fully automatic or partly automatic before the system. The process is also done all the time in good connection with NMA, because it's important that it's getting into regulation. So this is also a good process. When I started 27 years ago to work on this connection, I remember when GPS came. We know GPS, it was coming, it was display. North 58 degrees, east 10 degrees, and so on. And we could take this coordinate out and put the paper chart, and it was like, yes, we are in heaven. Now it's like 5 push on the screen. And ferry leave ports. It starts that the operator, captain or chief officer activate the system. Then the system is pushing the vessel against the quayside and feel on the wind strength and so to keep the vessel in position. When we are ready, of course, after a lot of checklists, we have to be sure that the charging plug, vacuum mooring, and so on is off. Then we can start the system. And the vessel will leave port. Optimize propeller usage and energy, and take the vessel over to the other side. In the system is what I like, actually, and this is a huge safety, because when you come into the de-acceleration zone, which is before the final auto-docking, you have to confirm an alarm. If you confirm, then the vessel will approach the dock perfectly. If you don't confirm it, the vessel will go into the acceleration zone and actually stop the vessel before it leaves the zone. So the key collision is, with the system in use, almost impossible as long as the system is working. I don't want to use time for this, because this is just technically how the system is installed. We also have what we call SafeMate. Buster 6, our sister vessel, is in testing with what we call SafeMate. And for just short telling what it is, it was mentioned before that it's cameras who detect objects, gather information from radar, automatic identification system, and provide a suggestion for the operator how to avoid this, because situation awareness is important. So then it's up to the navigator and confirm or not. I can talk a lot about it, because for me it's exciting, but I have to finish. I get a message about that, so thank you very much.
Thank you. You also deserve this.
Thank you.
Yeah. And now I would like to welcome the Norwegian Coastal Administration to give us their perspective on these projects.
Thank you, Elizabeth. A minute there, I was worried it was not me. You kind of looked at me like, are you coming now? Good day to you all. I'm Jeanette Assevlindin. I work at the Norwegian Coastal Administration as a legal advisor, and my colleague here, Knut, he is a nautical advisor. We're going to share this 20 minutes. Let's see if the presentation's here. Okay. So we're going to present the Coastal Administration's perspective on MASS. Let's see if I can. Next slide, then. Yeah, thank you. Much of the work at the IMO are more directly connected to the Norwegian Maritime Authority, as it primarily concerns the vessels and its equipment. However, as a key provider of maritime safety services, it is essential also for us to understand how this development will impact our services. It is also important for us to ensure that our services can meet the needs of autonomous ships just as reliably as they do for conventional ships today. And this is also about the technological progress, and we must keep up, not fall behind. Staying ahead is also essential if we are to uphold our vision, and that is to develop our coast and ocean areas into the world's safest and cleanest. This vision must remain relevant also in the autonomous future. So, there are several reasons why this topic is especially important to us. Next slide. Firstly, Norway is a coastal nation. We have the world's second longest coastline, stretching over 100,000 kilometers when including all the islands and fjords. For us, sea transport is essential, both for connecting communities and for the movement of goods along and beyond our coast. But it's not just about the coastline. Norway's maritime area is about 6 times larger than the land and territory. So it's crucial for transport, fisheries, offshore energy, and more. In short, sea transport is not a luxury for us, it's a necessity. Next slide. Secondly, shipping is not only vital for the geography, it's a cornerstone of the Norwegian economy. Norway exports oil, gas, seafood, and other goods, mainly by ship. The heat map shows international traffic to and from Norway, especially in the North Sea, and it illustrates how dependent we are on the maritime transport. A large amount of Norway's foreign trade is also transported by sea. The export share is larger than the imports, but sea transport is absolutely the most important mode of transport. So, to ensure the resilient supply chains, we rely heavily on sea transport. Next. So, what is the MCA? What do we do? And what makes us a key stakeholder in the context of MASS? Our responsibilities fall into 4 key areas. It's transport, ports, and fairways. The MCA holds national sectoral responsibility for the port sector. While most ports are municipality or privately owned in Norway, we handle the strategic planning, the regulations, and the maintenance of the fairways. We are also responsible for the aids to navigation, about 22,000 along the coast, most of which we own and maintain. We have the area of navigational technology and maritime services. We own and operate vessel traffic services, monitoring both the coastal and offshore areas. We operate the Safe Seanet Norway, the National Maritime Single Window, and we collect, manage, and share the AIS data. We also manage Barentswatch, which is a platform for data sharing across government and private stakeholders, including public access to AIS data. We also have the responsibility for environmental emergency response. We handle acute pollution response, both at sea and land, and we lead the national emergency operations together with the Coast Guard. And at last, we are responsible for the pilot service. We are responsible for state pilotage service, ensuring safe navigation for large and complex vessels, and pilotage in Norway are mandatory within the baseline for vessels over 70 meters. Next. We also manage some regulatory frameworks which are relevant. The most important is the Act on Ports and Navigable Waters, which applies within the Norwegian territorial waters. It governs several preventive maritime safety services, many of which will be affected by autonomy, depending on the level of autonomy and the type of service provided. The Act provides, for example, the legal basis for the VTS service. Under this Act, VTS centers have the authority to organize and control traffic in designated areas. VTS centers also have the authority to issue mandatory instructions to vessels that pose a risk, typically requiring them to use a tug or instruct a vessel to go to anchor or leave an anchorage. This is an authority we also have with the basis in the Pollution Control Act. For us, it's crucial that if the master is located in a rock instead of on board, it does not delay the vessel's ability to respond to the VTS instructions. So in 2017, we were tasked by the ministry to conduct a legal review of our acts and regulations to identify any showstoppers for autonomy. I guess they were inspired by the IMO. We found a few minor concerns, like whether instructions would still be effective if no one was on board, but these were not really legal obstacles, as most rules apply to the vessel itself, or not just only to the master, but only to the ship owners as well. But there was one major obstacle that stood out for us, and that was the pilot regulations. Because the previous regulations required the pilot to be physically on the bridge. Similarly, if the navigator held a pilot exemption certificate, he has to be on board. So to keep up, we had to change that. Next. In 2021, we introduced a new section in the Act on Ports and Navigable Waters. This section opens up for a third way to fulfill the requirement for compulsory pilotage. It's not by using a pilot or using a pilot exemption certificate, but through a permission for autonomous coastal sailing. This applies to vessels navigating without a pilot on board, either by onboard autonomous systems or remote control. So ship owners of pilotage required vessels, that means over 70 meters or 50 for passenger or hazardous cargo, operating within the baseline can apply for this permit. The application must include detailed descriptions of the vessel, operation area, systems, risk assessment, competencies, and compliance with navigation safety requirements. Permissions will be specific to the vessel and the route. and it's the ship owner, or reder, as the Norwegian term, who is responsible for ensuring that it's safe and that environmental protection measures are implemented. So far, we have not gotten any applications, so we'll see. And with that, I'll leave it to Knut to go into detail on some of the topics.
Over to the vessel traffic service. The Norwegian Coastal Administration operates 5 vessel traffic services where the ship traffic represents a specific risk. The purpose of the VTS is, as most of you know, according to the resolution 1158, to contribute to the safety of life at sea, improve the safety and efficiency of navigation, and support the protection of the environment within a VTS area by mitigating the development of unsafe situations. This is done by providing timely and relevant information to ships to monitor and manage ship traffic and respond to developing unsafe situations. And the important tools for the VTS operators is the decision support tools, as shown in the picture, and their communication equipment. The primary communication equipment for the VTS operators today is VHF. In our maritime traffic regulations, vessels with a length above 24 meters length overall have to follow the regulations. That means that all ships need a clearance to use the VTS area, and they have to obtain listening watch and communicate on the VHF working channel within the VTS area, which is crucial. Most of the clearances are done by VHF, but it's also possible to do it by digital means in the American single window. In conclusion, this means that we have no special regulations or exemptions for MASS inside of VTS areas. We expect that MASS will comply with the existing regulations as we expect for the conventional ships. An important expectation is that information to or from a MASS to the VTS or other vessels is communicated on the VTS working channels to obtain common situational awareness within the VTS area. In cases where there is a rock involved in such communication, from our perspective, it is crucial that the ship is always identified as the ship and not the rock. This is, again, crucial to contribute to safe navigation for both existing conventional ships and new MASS vessels in the VTS areas. We have been contacted for designated areas or routes for MASS, but we have chosen not to issue predefined areas or routes for MASS vessels. As per now, we want the MASS to sail in the same areas as the conventional ships and comply with existing regulation, as typically will be the co-organised. The NCA is also involved in the International Organization for Marine Aids to Navigation, IALA, in several committees. We have been involved in several years to adopt the IALA guidelines to be prepared for the increasing number of MASS vessels in the futures. This is done by identifying implications and challenges when mixing MASS vessels with conventional ships. Main identified issues are related to common situational awareness and communication, as I think it's much important. The next slide is a video, so please, if you can just turn down the volume. So. I think it didn't start. This is a replay from our VTS Feie, which is located north of Bergen. We had the pleasure to have reach remote in our areas, which is shown on the radar plots further south of the picture. The reach remote was sailing from offshore location to a quay or a harbor facility in Feie VTS area. She is, after some time now, she's altering course to starboard. In this time, the VTS received a message on the VHF that the Reach Remote 1 had issues with her connectivity. As you see, she is leaving the main fairway and reduces her speed to a full stop after some time. She has a short stop before the FEIVTS is informed that the connectivity is established again. After some time, yeah, it's a bit too long, the movie, probably. The reach remote one, after the stop, continues her course towards the quayside again, and the speed is taken up again. From our perspective, the reach remote one does what we want her to do when there's a bad connection or loss of connectivity between the ship and the rock. As proven on the video, she leaves the main fairway, sets course for a safe position, and stops until connectivity is established again. Throughout the situation, the VTS is informed about what's going on, and from our perspective, we would say that we welcome such cases to happen inside our areas, and that the vessel acts in a safe manner if such cases happen again. Yeah, sorry for the length. Just take the next one. Yeah, something about our maritime surveillance and collection of data, as mentioned by several others. The NCA manages the AIS network in Norway, and we have 90 base stations on the mainland and Svalbard. We also have some AIS satellites. The AIS data is shared openly to product manufacturers and others that will have use of the data. I think we will have several presentations that will show this later today. As a fun fact, the national Norwegian AIS network collected 2 billion messages in 2021. This data is, from our perspective, valuable to assist navigational system for mass vessels and others. I will come back to an example that we use today. Also, the Maritime Single Window Safe Seanet Norway also collects data about voyages carried out in Norwegian waters. This consists, as most of you know, port of calls and other data that is relevant for automated navigation. So, why is collection of data relevant for MASS? Next, please. Digital change. We speak about it all the time. In the Norwegian Coastal Administration, we have in our strategy to extensive use of digital services to increase safety and reduce manual operations. An example of such digital service to reduce manual operation is by use of historical AIS data and nautical charts, mainly the depths, and comparing them with dynamic AIS data to identify irregular navigation. This we do today in our VTS areas, in the VTS decision support tools. The system is called behavior analysis, or shortened to BEAN. Our VTS system supplier, Kongsberg Nordkontroll, develops the system with operational inputs from the NCA, mainly from skilled VTS operators and some technical personnel. The system BEAN can identify anomalies for vessels or automatically do upper route for a vessel based on AIS and maritime single window data. By this, we can get early warnings to the VTS operators about irregular navigation. This is a system that we believe and hope that will support autonomous and optimized navigation in the future. In addition to this, the NCA has increased focus on e-navigation. This is done on several levels, but the most relevant for autonomous navigation is to follow the implementation strategy of the IHO on the S100. The NCA will strive to deliver according to the implementation plan set by IHO and contribute to strengthen the maritime system suppliers. Furthermore, the NCA is involved in several organizations such as IHO, IALA, and IEC to develop product specifications for S100. Next, please. Last of all, Björg talked about the clusters. So shortly about the test areas for MASS. We have been part in the test areas in Norway, and as per now, there are 4 areas that we know about. I think that's it. The main intention about the test areas is to contribute to new concepts and programs related to mass vessels. Furthermore, the partners is intended to share knowledge and experiences between the partners in the area. Typical partners are shipping companies, university, research organizations, regulators, and ports. And as an end, it's important to notice that the test areas itself does not give any exceptions to existing regulations in the area. Thank you.
Thank you both, and unfortunately there's been a, apparently we can't count, so we only have one that you...
I'm the youngest one.
Yeah, you can share it for now, and then we will settle our debts when we come back to Norway. Okay, I think now we have reached the Q&A session. I will just be up here, if that's okay. Should I come over there? Sorry. Yes, please. So I will just start with going through the results of the Slido. So the first question was, what could be the benefits for remote operators? And here we have it live. It's really exciting. Wow. Who's going to win? So it's work-life balance in the lead. And I think, you know, Johan, you're currently on a vessel, but you will be moving to the rock. And in your opinion, is this also how you would envisage the benefits when you compare to an onboard life?
The work-life balance is for me the reason why I chose to accept this challenge, to come ashore and be able to help with the implementation of remote for a remote vessel. So that's the most important reason why I choose to accept.
Mm. And also now, not having any rock experience, what did you envisage could be the challenges?
Challenges. I'm excited about the system that's supposed to be on my vessel regarding the cameras for lookout and navigation. Also, how it will work in praxis. Compared to the theory that's been told to me about it. So challenges will also. It's a new way of working, not on a vessel. Not get to feel the movements of the vessel, hear the sounds of the vessel during the operations. So it will be, it's an exciting time ahead.
Hmm. Yes. Björk?
This question goes to Knut. Now that you know that Reach Remote 1 has received sailing permission and she is ready for the commercial operations in the North Sea, do you see from a VTS perspective
that we should have painted the vessel in a specific color? And also, do you have any plans to identify uncrewed vessels like Reach Remote in your AIS system? Because now she's listed as other vessel. So in terms of the environment and the other traffic, are there anything that we should do to make her more visible as an uncrewed vessel?
Thank you for that, Björg. And I would say no to both. From our perspective, as said, we would like the remote or autonomous vessels to sail along with the other ones and follow the ship traffic and comply with the codex as all the others. So that's our intention and main goal. So that's been our perspective all the way. And about the AIS ship type, I heard some talk about it earlier, but I think it's dead, the discussion. So yeah, mix with the other vessels and follow the rules, so you will be all good.
Yes, please.
Yeah. I'm JJ Lu, delegation from the Hong Kong, China to the IMO. First, I would like to thank the presentation delivered by the panelists. It is very useful. Second, I have one question for NCA officers related to the slide on section 25, autonomous coast sailing. My question is, what are the differences between the conventional vessel and the MASS in terms of port formalities, such as getting the permission to enter the port or internal waters of Norway? Thank you.
If I understood you correctly, there are no differences as such, but if you require a pilot, then you need to have, and there are no persons on board, then you cannot fulfill the pilot requirements by having a pilot or having a pilot exemption certificate. So then there's the option of the permit from the Norwegian Coastal Administration that will give you that authority to enter. But other than that, there's no other differences.
So perhaps I can ask a question then, Svein Erik. You are working with autonomous systems every day, and you touched a bit upon it. You said you would like to work for as long as you can. But in your opinion, is technology going to replace humans?
That's actually a really good question. And that's why I like the system, because after now some years working with the system, I see, like a captain, I see a lot of benefits, but I also see a lot of challenges. And I believe in the system, but I believe it in maybe most the connection with the human. Us as navigators, together with the system, will make big safety. So I stand in that position.
And also, in your experience, how is it to interact with all these systems?
It can be challenged sometimes because they are sometimes advanced. Like I mentioned, we have auto mooring and we have charging also together with this. And we have experienced that the vessel will not leave port on system, because then we lose the connection with the key facilities, and the system on board tell that you are moored. But I know I'm not moored. You tell you're charged, but I know I'm not charged because I can see it in my cameras. So there is some issues here. And then it's important for us as navigator on board that we actually know how the system works, so we can find solution to override the automatic. So yeah.
So when you're trained, you're saying that you actually also need to be trained in the system, and we should take this with us.
Yeah, training is important, and knowledge about the system is important, because if I should be a master, I must know the system. If not, the vessel will not move a centimeter, that's for sure.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Thanks for all what you talked about, Captain. You might talked about some points, but as in the operation of ports, as a triangle of operation there, between the port bridge and the tugboats there and the pilot, how is going to engage with the mass ships? I hope you got that.
If I understand you correct, we are actually in our connections. We are sailing with this ASCO, also compare, and it's a MASS vessel all the time beside us, for me, I think we should treat them like normal vessels. It's nothing special between them, actually.
I would like to mention that, as a normal, the tug need to be roped with the ships, right, to make themselves safe to alongside the berths, right? So how is going that will be in the new technologies with unmanned system on ship, there is no captains or people there on ships on board going to handle with the tugboats, in the ports.
That's why I say, for me, the future with this, I see that the technology, the autonomous vessels for ocean voyages is perfect. In our area, where it's in summertime now, it starts with thousands of pleasure crafts. You need people. You need the crew. And that's why I say the system together with the crew, huge safety. But the crew need to know how the system works. They know how to make action if something happens. Because we as sailors, we know that on a perfect day on the sea, you can observe a seagull floating on the water on the radar. But I cannot make my vessel make action for a seagull to avoid collision. and I think there is still obstructions, dangers in the waters that me as a navigator on board can notice before the operator in a rock center. Because, after my opinion, in a rock center, then the operator need to trust that the system have detected everything, that the cameras have seen everything. If the alarms go, he must find out what is the alarm. If my alarm go on the bridge on my vessel, I lift my eyes out window. and I'm always there together with my lookout. So I think I can a little quicker see the obstruction in the water. So I believe in it, but together with the humans.
Was there a question? Yes?
Thank you very much. This is Charu from the IMO Secretariat. Thank you to all speakers. My question goes to the CNA. I wonder whether they have contingency arrangements with the mass operators in the event of power loss on a mass, especially uncrewed mass. For example, tug assistance, just attending the event to save the vessel from drifting to a more dense traffic, things like that. So how do you manage these kind of contingencies in your legislation? Thank you.
I can try. It will be the same regulations applying to the MASS as to the conventional ships, and the VTS will have the authority to order them to take a tug, but we do not have a tug to send, so we need that the commercial resources are available and that it's physically possible to do the operations, because the VTS can order them to do it, but we have no kind of implementing actions to make it happen. It's like maybe...
I think as well as with the cybersecurity, the MASS part is further along because as I know, Reach Remote and also Deep Ocean, they have systems that they can deploy a tow line, and it's easy for any vessel to go and pick up this MASS. If you compare it to, I used to work on tugboats, and if you get a ferry, double-ended ferry in distress, it's quite difficult to make a secure connection on a ferry, for example. So I think already early in the project you identify this, and then you've taken measures to mitigate it.
Okay, Jeanette, you were also talking about pilotage, and you mentioned a permission for autonomous coastal sailing. That's one of the alternatives. How do you envisage pilotage for autonomous vessel?
Well, when we had the new section in the Ports and Navigable Waters Act, we made a guideline, and we've had it for some years, and it says what the application is supposed to, they have to provide for us in order to consider the application, and it, of course, it's details about a lot of the things that are within the scope of your regulations. So I would think we had to, when the application comes, we have to do it kind of together, because we have to look at the systems on board, if they are, good enough. Because the pilot, he brings on board the local knowledge, and all the kind of general knowledge is already in place, and then you add something else. And how to figure out how to do that, that will be kind of the test case when we get an application. So maybe some of the people involved needs to have that local knowledge. Maybe they have to have a pilot exemption certificate. But this is kind of options that we are looking into, and it also says in the guideline that further guidance will be given when we have some actual cases to try it out on. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm not going to be the one standing between you and lunch, but I just have one last question to Sveinung. You mentioned that you're most experienced in ROV operations, and what kind of differences do you think there is between ROV operations and rock operations, and what kind of experience gained during ROV operations do you think you could benefit from in your rock operations?
If you look at the ROV operations, they're already remote controlled operations on the vessel, and then you're moving the control to the beach. So it's quite similar. Some challenges with communications and these things, but you're not doing that much different. But what we have seen is that as you start using these systems, technology develops. You talked about how you secure a tugboat to a ship coming into port. We haven't solved that part yet. But it's when you buy your first rowboat vacuum cleaner, it's not going under your couch, is it? But next time you buy a couch, you buy a higher couch, and then you have solved that problem. And we see that within ROV especially, because if there's something that doesn't work, they implement a new solution. They don't have to ask for permission from NMA or from IMO. They just go ahead and do it, and they find something that works. We all know of radars that are capable of detecting the seagull, like you say, and other items in the water. But they're not SOLAS approved. They're not wheel marked. And this is difficult to change because it's costly for a technology supplier to have this certification. So I think that's something we should be open to. I mean, we're going down this alternative process, but it is a costly process today. And we are looking very much at SOLAS. And some things are difficult to be as good as. But could it maybe good enough, like to do in the ROV?
Okay. We'll leave it at that, and then you can go for lunch. And just a kind reminder that we would like you to be back here in 1 hour. Yeah. And the lunch is upstairs. Thank you.
Hello and good afternoon, everyone. Please take a seat and we will restart. Thank you. Welcome back. I hope everyone is refreshed and with some caffeine probably to help out. So I'll start, first of all, before we go into the Slido. Some of you asked where the presentations will be available, and if they are available, the presentations will become available in the Sway page of the event. This is also, you can find that in Circular Letter 4974, where this event was published. So if you go in there and you click the link that exists, we will publish the presentations there, and you can also find some biographical information about our great speakers. So with that, I'll go to, we had an issue with this question before, but the main challenges for remote operators, I see here that the vast majority believes that it is situational awareness. This is interesting. We can come back to that, especially after the presentation by NTNU. And I could also ask for the next question to be launched, so you can warm up a bit after the break. And that question is, which technical solutions could be adopted by conventional ships? So what we're looking for is what kind of solutions you think will have a spillover effect to conventional ships. So go into Slido, reply, and in the meantime, I'll just invite Ole Andreas from NTNU to give us the presentation about the work, the great work that is going on at NTNU on autonomous ships. Thank you.
Thank you for that introduction, Sifis. Just waiting for my presentation to pop up. In the meanwhile, I can present myself. My name is Ole Andreas Alsos from the Norwegian University of Science and Technology. And yeah, there it is. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the human in the maritime operations of the future. But first, a few weeks ago, a short drive from Trondheim, where I live, a man woke up and saw a ship in his backyard. He didn't even wake up when it crashed. He was sleeping in that room you see. Oh, yeah, I have to click. Yeah. He woke up, saw a ship in his backyard. He was actually asleep in that room you see over there. And according to the Norwegian Maritime Authority, the officer on watch was falling asleep. And since the bridge alarm was deactivated, he failed to wake up. And but the point here is, I think that humans and machines can prevent accidents like this in the future. I'll get back to that later. So I'm the head of Shore Control Lab. It's a research lab where we do a lot of research on the interactions between humans and technology. And we develop new maritime technology that is adapted to human needs. And our mindset is that human errors can be prevented with well-designed technical solutions and user interfaces. And where humans and machines team up and look after each other. So, yeah, I'm a bit behind, lagging behind in, this doesn't work.
Just with the wheel.
Oh, wheel. Yeah. So today I'm going to tell you about the research I'm doing at the Shore Control Lab and share my thoughts on the role of humans in the future maritime operations and give you my recommendations for remote operations of maritime autonomous surface ships. And to do that, we have a lot of research infrastructure available, ranging from different remote operation stations to various autonomous vessels and simulators. And we have published a large number of research papers on the topic that you can look into. And one of this combination of people we have, a multidisciplinary team and research infrastructure, allowed us to put the first ever autonomous passenger ferry open to the public in operation in Trondheim in 2022. The passengers walked on board, pushed a button, and the ferry took them automatically over to the other side. This ferry, I can also mention to my Japanese colleagues over here that we did some kamikaze kayaking to test out how the passengers reacted to crazy kayakers. So, the experiences from this trial made actually possible the first commercial operation of an autonomous ferry, possible in Stockholm in 2023. And actually one of my research assistants designed the user interface for this ferry. The ferries have a safety host on board, and we are now working on how to safely monitor and control the ferries from a remote operation center. And in our lab, we have a very flexible setup that allows us to test out different setups and reorganize the entire remote operation center with a couple of hands and an Umbraco key. And next door, we have a researcher lab where we can monitor the operators and understand their situation awareness and their cognitive load and how bored or stressed they are. We also are testing different ways of controlling the ferry. Here we have a mobile operation station where we control one of our test vessels, Milliampere 1, over the 5G network. We have a direct line of sight, but now the ferry is actually controlled through his mobile phone in his pocket. And actually, at some point, we even remotely controlled the ferry from a conference like this. Actually, I was supposed to do it, but one of our key researchers had to go on vacation today, so very bad timing. But the star on this talk is Milliampere 1. It's a very small experimental ferry built as early as 2016. And it's used to test out the latest in autonomy sensors and collision avoidance algorithms. And on board the ferry, we have installed 9 high-definition cameras that inside and around. And together with a 5G modem, we can send HD quality video, 60 frames per second, with a latency less than 100 milliseconds, so that we can control the ferry from our lab. And here you also see the latest control station that we have developed, where we have invited professional sailors with D1 certificate license to try it out. And we have been measuring situation awareness through different scientific or research tools like Sagat and SART, if you know that, using eye tracking, electrodermal activity, and many other things to understand how they react on this technology. And the feedback is surprisingly good. They reported excellent overview over what's going on board and around the ferry. And with a multi-directional microphone on board, and surround speakers in the control room, allow them to hear sounds from the environment and the pitch of the engine and many other things that allow them to feel safe, to have a safe operation of the ferry. And this spatial sound is reported was very good for monitoring the health of the vessel and to check the environment. We also had haptic feedback that allowed them to basically feel the ship, how hard they were docking, and think about it. For instance, the Reach vessel, if it were hit by something, you wouldn't even notice. So you need that haptic feedback to understand that you have been hit. So you get the chance to see more and get a more detailed explanation by Felix, my colleague over here, downstairs in the break. But we use human-centered design in everything we do. It's an iterative process for designing systems that fit human needs. Let me... And this iterative design process everything we do is informed by user feedback and user performance and used to redesign the systems and improve them. So, but let's take a short step back. Machines have excellent sensors that can see in any kind of weather, fog, snow, anything, and any light conditions. They have lightning-fast processors that can process massive amounts of data in milliseconds. They can do the same thing over and over again with very high precision. They never get tired, never fall asleep on duty, even after a heavy lunch. We humans, on the other hand, are very good at cooperation, problem solving, creativity. We are good at detecting unexpected events, finding solutions to problems that we have never experienced before and are not even trained for. But we have some limitations in cognitive processing capacity and sensors. And we also regularly need to eat and have lunch and rest. But together, we are the perfect team. And in the future, we will see more of man and machine interacting and teaming up together, where they can complement each other and seamlessly share, give each other, or take control if needed. In one of our projects, auto teaming, we are doing that. We are trying to achieve this seamless collaboration between man and machine. That allows us to go from self-driving ferries with a safety operator on board to a team of operators that can monitor an entire fleet of vessels. But this transition needs to be made step by step. So our findings so far is that human-machine teaming will be a key topic in future maritime operations. And the MASS Code shouldn't only define autonomous behavior, but it should also define how humans and machines can share situation awareness, seamlessly hand over control to each other, and act as a backup for each other. And monitor each other's cognitive state and adapt feedback and alarms accordingly. And the autonomous system should help the operator compensate for the dynamism of the vessel, weather, currents, like drive assist on cars. But this is from a famous movie called Das Boot. Another topic. And a couple of years ago, I talked to someone who told me a story about submarine captains in the old days. And they didn't only use instruments and feedback from alarms to sail the submarine. They sat on the master's seat, the captain's chair, and felt the vibrations and the pitch of the engine. And they hear the sounds and creaks from the hull, felt the trim of the submarine to gain the necessary situational awareness to safely sail the submarine. And they acquired the situational awareness literally from their buttocks. Believe it or not, they could feel the ship. And that is also done on board conventional vessels today. They are physically present on board, giving them instant access to information from the surroundings and the systems, but also more subtle information like movement, vibrations from the hull through waves and engines and machinery. And they can listen to irregular sounds from the surrounding and the smell of burned circuit boards or motor oil to take action. And we have already seen examples of great examples from the Champions League of remote operations, like Masterly and Remota. And oh, sorry, I'm lagging behind here. Yeah, Masterly and Remota playing in the Champions League of remote operations. What do they have in common? Displays, a lot of displays. And the more the merrier. And some of them, I'm not talking about that, but some control rooms even need a button to locate the mouse pointer on the screens. And I think that control rooms today are too much based on the visual sense. And I think that in the future we need to offload that visual sense and strengthen the situation awareness also with other senses. And that is what we have done through spatial alarms with voice commands. You can basically hear from that direction, beep, 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 GPS lost. Okay, you know exactly where the instrument is and what is going on. And you can get haptic feedback from the controllers and even the seat. What you see there is actually a BMW seat that we have mounted in the control room. My point here is that you can increase the situation awareness with multimodal feedback. And we also have speakers around to give this spatial environment sound so that you can hear what's going on around you. And to give you another topic, we have tested this in a simulator with many different operators. And remote operation, especially monitoring autonomous ships that work by themselves. You don't need to do anything. That's the most boring job in the world. Very boring. And we actually have data on it. After 20 minutes of monitoring an autonomous ship, people start displaying clear signs of boredom. They start fiddling with something. Some of them even started sending snaps to their friends while monitoring the ships. And we even have data showing that pupil dilation, a clear indicator of cognitive load, slowly decreased until something happened. So one of my main points here is that we need to make remote monitoring more meaningful and interesting. Here is from the pupil dilation decreased. We need to make it more meaningful and interesting, as our captain, the master said, periodic takeover to not lose skills. Blend exercise and operation and train using giving them more tasks to train the autonomy so that when it makes mistakes. And yeah, I'm going to finish. I think that the human role in future maritime operations will change. More and more will be remotely monitored and operated from shore. We will see more modalities being used, not only sight, but also sound and haptics. And we will see collaboration between humans and machines, where they team up and use their superpowers in a seamlessly and better way. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ole.
I've been looking forward to this the whole day. Thank you.
Excellent. And I will invite Are Jorgensen from DNV, our partner in crime sometimes in this building. But please.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes. Presentation up. Good. So my name is Ari Jørgensen. For 10 years now, I've been dealing with autonomy and remotely operated vessels from a DNV's point of view. And in those 10 years, we have discovered some patterns, seen quite a few projects start, not so many finish, to be honest. Some have disappeared on the way. But I was thinking I could give a short overview of some of the patterns we have seen, and also how that has relate now to our new class notation for autonomous and remotely operated vessels. So, some trends, the class notation itself, and then I would like to throw in a bit about the use of simulators and new tools for novel technologies, because we think that is being kind of essential and maybe not focused enough on when it comes to the verification and validation of these novel systems. It's not trivial. So, autonomous shipping is happening right now. So we all heard today about Yara, ASCO, those projects that took the big leap. They said, we're going to do auto everything. In the end, we're going to have no people on board. We're going to have pretty large vessels doing most things on themselves. That's the ambition level, which is quite high, and projects are still ongoing. Then we have others that are saying, can we just automate bits and pieces of this? For example, the lookout function. We have automated navigation decision support from Avicus. We have still research projects going that we heard from Basti Fosen. And there seems to be a number of smaller vessels kind of bobbing around. So I think the trend here is that we have seen a shift from, oh, it's easy, let's just do it, to it wasn't so easy, let's take smaller steps on the way. And some of these vessels are quite small, some are not so small, but the ambition level when it comes to the auto-remote functionality is maybe not so large per step. And then we end up with this, where we say there is a difference between the level of automation and the degree of uncrewness. I don't think that's the English word, but I just invented it. And we need to distinguish those two. I think we will see a lot of things that are being highly automated on board, let's call it conventional vessels. And we will also see some move in the direction of the x-axis here and saying, let's go all the way. And for example, to go to a periodically unmanned bridge. I mean, we have periodically unmanned machinery spaces for, I don't know how many years? 20 plus, is it? So something similar like that shouldn't be impossible if technology kind of allows. But what all these things have in common is that there is, in most projects, there is a remote operation center somewhere. Even when you just offload data from a conventional vessel under the term of smart ship or something, there tend to be a remote operation center where people are sitting often on shore, but maybe on a mother vessel, monitoring what's going on. And some would argue that there may be a path here, but as we have heard from earlier today, some are just jumping in the deep end of the pool straight away. So we see a wide array of projects. They all have different ambition levels and for different functionality. the operator can be on board, operator can be offshore in a mother vessel, whatnot. So we have found that it is impossible to talk about a level of autonomy for a vessel. So we have gotten rid of that term, and I'm happy to see that in the work with the MASS Code, that term has also been kind of not used so much more. Because it is so many dimensions that is playing together here. And when we talk about the technical functionality, we see a huge difference between what we call engineering systems, meaning propulsion, steering, those kind of things, where we for many years have had a high degree of automation, but it's been the error situations and the faults that's been the realm of the human, and they have to fix it. So basically the system just throws up an alarm, say something is wrong, high temperature, the human will have to do whatever the human do to fix that. The system doesn't take care of this situation so good. So there we need an involvement or a development of the systems to be able to handle more a variety of situations and the error situations. But when it comes to bridge systems, they have primarily been information systems so far. They give information to the human will then have to kind of correlate and check between the different sources, make a decision based on that, and then take that action that's needed. So there, the core functionality is still under development. And that's one of the reasons why it has taken Yara Birkeland and other vessels so long from they kind of launch the ambition level until they are really there. Because those systems are not really robust yet. And also I think REACH has taken that path that, okay, let's start with remote control, and then we can move on with more automation later on. So these digital captain systems, they are at best young today. But there's very many companies working on it. So they can age. Then we have the human involvement, where the human can be just remotely, or have decision support from the system, or the human can kind of do kind of quality control of what the system is doing, because the system is capable, but we don't trust it fully. And then, of course, we go to the end state, some would say, where the human has this boring job that was just mentioned of just watching paint dry or the autonomous vessel doing its thing. So with all these things kind of in the balance, we have tried to figure out how to sort this, because the amount of different aspects in the different projects is just huge. So we found out that we needed to distill this into some patterns, and then for good measure we threw in the existing MASS code as it is today also in there in order to be somewhat compatible. So then we end up with this AUROS notation, and AUROS stands for Autonomous and Remotely Operated Ships. And that is a family of class notations that a DNV vessel can get. And it starts with the 4 categories of functions: navigation, engineering, safety, and operations. Then we have 4 modes of operation, not levels of autonomy, which is remote control, decision support, supervised autonomy, and full autonomy. And we are back to using the term full autonomy. We went away from that for a few years. Now it's back. Let's say that's for marketing purposes, mainly, because we don't think that there will be a full autonomy where the human have no place. But the question is, where is the human? And that's the last element here. Is it on board? Is it not on board? Or can it be a combination where people are both on board and not on board, kind of supervising or doing this thing? So that's the structure. And then some more details on the functionality we have put into this. I think maybe navigation and engineering is pretty straightforward, but for safety, we have the GMDSS radio, we have watertight integrity, stability, stuff like that. And then the ops for operations is basically whatever the vessel is supposed to do. Meaning, is it cargo handling or moving cargo? Then ops has to do with that. Is it payload? Then meaning that it's making measurements or military aspects, stuff like that. Or is it passenger when we get to that point? Oops, sorry. And then the mode of operations, you can read for yourself. I think the word or the titles are pretty well defined. Remote control, decision support, supervised autonomy, and full autonomy. But the difference there between full autonomy and supervised autonomy is more of the role of the human and not so much the system differences. Because in supervised autonomy, we need a human to do quality assurance or whatever the system is doing. For full autonomy, we think that the systems are ready to just handle whatever within reason. Though. And locational control, obviously on board, not on board, or a combination. And there we ended up with maybe an interesting fact that for the combination that we call a hybrid, there's actually a number of extra requirements because it has to do with the handover between different operators and all the situations and the communication around that. So there's more requirements there than for either on board or off ship. So then some examples. If you want to have collision and grounding avoidance on a conventional bridge, you can get AROS nav, decision support, supervised autonomy on board. If you want to do periodically unmanned bridge and without the support of a ROC, then you can have AROS nav, full autonomy on board, and so on. So we think we have made a system that is able now to cater for most, if not all, of these different use cases that we see pop up. And we've already been challenged on some of this, and people have tried to invent cases in the hope that we shouldn't be able to handle it, but we were able to handle it. You know who you are. Then we see this as a step towards the future. So the AROS class notations, they contain functional requirements. And what we used to do was a pure risk-based approach. Since 2016, we are doing a risk-based approach for these kind of projects. Now we combined that risk-based approach with the functional requirements. And just like the MASS Code is, as it currently lays, will have that combination. And we think that is needed, because otherwise we would have to be so kind of specific and restrictive that we would hinder the technical development. So that's going to be the challenge now going forward, how to find the balance between the risk analysis and the fulfillment of these functional requirements. How this is going to play together. I think that is something that also the MASS Code will encounter as a challenge. So 2 processes in here. One is for the bigger concept that where the flag authority in the end says, yes, this is okay. Where the class and DME in this case, we serve as a third-party verifier. And then we have this system qualification process, also described, which is same but different. And the difference is that this is targeted towards system suppliers that have this system that we say, we have this system, maybe it's supposed to be lookout support. We claim that it can do the following 8 things, and then we verify that that is able to do that. If that system makes sense on board in Yara Birkeland or in Reach Remote, that's another discussion. That is something that must be taken care of in the outer circle there. And then we run these projects on top of normal class projects. Cybersecurity has been mentioned, always important. And then we deep dive into the more novel functions, depending on the concept in question. And there's a lot of risk analysis happening here still. And yes, flags, maritime authorities, we haven't forgotten you. You are, of course, the king of the hill here. So there is a menu for involvement from our point of view here that we say you can be more or less involved in this process. Some flags basically trust class societies to do everything. Some flags are very involved in all the nitty-gritty details, and most of you are probably in between. So then we have this system where we, in the start of the project, go through and discuss with each flag what should the involvement be. So we all know it, and that can be predictable throughout the project. We think that is a reasonable expectation that we can have this discussion with the flags up front to decide on involvement. And maybe it differed not only from flag to flag, but from project to project. So then I would like to switch gear and go over to this verification part. Using navigation functions as an example. And of course, if someone says, we have this automated navigation system that is Colreg compliant and just gets your ship from A to B, we can say, prove it. And then we go out on the water and we test it. We test it and we test it and we test it in real life. And how long should we do that? How many cases should we run? How many whales should we encounter? How many sailing regattas? How bad weather? All that. So we don't think it's feasible to do all the testing in real life. We're not saying getting rid of sea trials or real life testing, but it must be augmented with something, and that something would be simulators. And we talk about simulators on different levels. We talk about high fidelity simulators, which are basically your gaming engines, where everything is photorealistic, and you can test cameras and snow and fog and whatnot. But then, as important, especially for the auto navigation part, we think that these low fidelity simulators are key, where you give the system a lot of input, a number of corner cases, and see how it makes its decisions and how well those decisions kind of line up with Colreg and other good seamanship things. And when we have done that, we need to follow up in operation, because that's the only way we can verify that what we saw in the simulator is actually happening in real life, and also to calibrate the simulators and the models used. So we do foresee much more emphasis on collecting data, I think it's been mentioned before today, and getting that data back into the loop so we know how to improve on the verification of the NS projects. So our setup for a low fidelity simulator here for collision and grounding avoidance would be pretty simple. We use our test manager to define scenarios. Then we have a test variator that basically creates hundreds and thousands of variants of a test case with small kind of differences, and we throw that at the collision and grounding avoidance algorithm, and we get the behavior of the system and the ground truth back. We do then our evaluation based on ColReg, and there are a number of PhDs out there that you can read on how to do this. It all boils down to a lot of math and angles and TCPAs and CPAs. So the problem for us has been how to evaluate 100,000 cases. But we now have a system where we get 100,000 results, and then we can react to patterns and do manual check of those that are outside the pattern. And this we can do like a one-shot, where we basically have like an exam, like you do for a navigator. You get a situation on a paper, and you say, okay, based on this situation, what would you do? Then we can have the target ships also react to the situation as it evolves with the dynamic behavior, because we all know that the actual navigation out there on the seas are more like a dance than anything else. Everybody kind of moves, and you move together, and you anticipate what the others are going to do based on the basic rules. So this can run in the cloud, and we have then multi-vessel scenarios, we have single-vessel scenarios, and we use a number of evaluation rules currently, because we haven't found one set of evaluation rules that basically solves everything. There are pros and cons with them all. So we're going to use a number of different. And here's maybe one important thing, and that is that we don't expect us to own and have the simulator by default. We are expecting the system suppliers, system developers to use their simulator, but we would like to own the test cases, and we would like to own the evaluation methods. So just a simple example here, where we have a one-shot. Basically, if you were the red vessel here, what would you do? Okay, solution is the green route. But then we can add this, that what if the blue vessel is turning to port after you have made your first decision? You have to reevaluate and so on. So that's the dynamic part of this. That's what we mean by the dynamic part. And both are of value. And then we need to run a few 100,000 tests. This example here, I think it is 600,000 scenarios run on a real-life collision and grounding avoidance system. And there are some interesting trends. I won't go into that here. And, I mean, this is just a very small subset of the data we get out of this, obviously. But there are some interesting trends we can see here. And you could argue that based on the operational envelope for the vessel in question, based on the ODD, operational design domain of the system in question, maybe this is good enough with those limitations put on it. But if it's supposed to be a solution for everything, all kinds of vessels, it's not good enough. And then we have created and published a number of scenarios that we call the baseline scenarios of traffic situations. And the tool interface is published also on GitHub, so it's public domain. So we are hoping that more and more of the system vendors now can kind of use this as a baseline. There was at least one LinkedIn post that said, oh, we have passed DNV's 55 scenarios, now we're good to go. And I had to comment, no, that was the starting point. You're in the door, but now the real test starts. Because we are talking 100,000 scenarios, easily. So, towards the end, a lot of technology, and the AROS class notations are about technology and technical functions, but as was alluded to earlier today, I don't think technology alone can make these things safe. We need the people in the loop. We need the companies in the loop with the procedures, the ways of working. We need the competency of the people wherever they are, and so on. Not forget that. So, last few words. Autonomy is happening now, as I think the whole day today have shown that it's really happening. The steps are getting smaller. Maybe it was harder than we thought. So we see fewer big projects with ambition to go all the way, more and more projects with smaller steps on our roadmap. We think we need new verification methods for these novel systems, because basically we are now asked to stamp or approve a system that's going to replace, I don't know, 3 years of training or education and X years of experience that the navigators are doing when they do whatever they do. And that's not so easy. So we can't use only traditional methods for that. And we see the functions that will be needed for fully autonomous vessels can easily be of benefit to conventional vessels and the crew on board there. And as I said, the human will always be there. And when we get the IMO MASS Code out there, we are able to do this on an international level. And that's going to be a game changer, and I think maybe a boom in the industry. Because all these Norwegian projects that we heard about today, fancy as they are within a limited jurisdiction, they are limited areas, and so on. So I think the IMO MASS Code is going to be really a game changer for this. And we hope that our class notation then can be a tool that is being used by ship owners in order to get this to happen. So that was it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Are. We're right on time, so I will invite Ms. Hesuyon. I hope I pronounce your name correctly, but please.
Hello everyone. Today is a beautiful day to do a presentation about MASS. It is truly an honor to stand here today. Thank you so much for the kind invitation. I am Hee Soo-yoon, and I am a Deputy Director of Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries in Republic of Korea. But feel free to just call me Hee-soo from Korea. Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries, or MOF for short, takes care of everything related to the ocean, from fisheries to shipping, and even the newest innovations sailing in from the future, like autonomous ships. More specifically, I work in the Smart Shipping and Logistics team, and I am in charge of the policies related to autonomous ships. Today, I'm here to introduce the MASS policy in Korea. So here's what we'll cover today. First, we will start with CAS project, which is Korea's National Technology Development Project for autonomous ships. Second, we'll talk about the legal framework that supports MASS in Korea. Ships should sail with proper rules in real world. Third, we'll look about how we are supporting the demonstrations of MASS. And lastly, we'll talk about our international cooperation regarding MASS because oceans don't have borders. So let's get started. Yes. So let's begin with the CAS project in Korea. CAS stands for Korea Autonomous Surface Ship Project. It's a national R&D project initiated by the Korean government. The CAS project officially set sail in 2020. Since then, our government has been investing steadily to develop the core technology needed for autonomous ships. The project focuses on developing four key technologies. First one is intelligent navigation system. These systems help ships understand their surroundings, avoid collisions, and plan optimal routes. A kind of artificial intelligence captain. Second one is engine autonomous systems. We're developing smart engine systems to run smoothly with minimal human intervention. Third one is performance demonstration centers. We need test beds and evaluation zones to make sure everything actually works in real environments. Fourth one is operational technology and standardization. Without standards, we cannot collaborate, so developing common protocols is important. The CAS project is a team effort. On the government side, 2 ministries are leading the charge. The Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Energy, and the Ministries of Oceans and Fisheries, which is where I work. On the technical side, we have KRISO, that's the Korean Research Institute of Ships and Ocean Engineering, and KR, Korean Register, which handles classification and safety certification. Both 2 institutes are experts in ships and engineering and everything in between. CAS project is a multi-year large-scale program with coordinated timelines and special goals. It is structured into 4 core technologies with 13 detailed tasks. Also, 51 groups are participating at this project, including research institutes such as KR, KRISO, KOMSA, and universities such as Seoul National University and Korean Maritime and Ocean University. So let me share a bit more about the details of the project. The first core technology is intelligent navigation system. It includes smart route planning function and situational awareness system for preventing collisions and accidents. The second one is engine automation system, and it includes performance monitoring, failure prediction, and energy saving system. Third one is Performance Demonstration Center and Demonstration Technology. It includes validation test bed for autonomous ships and cyber security technology for MASS. Last one is about operational technology and standardization. It includes the incident response system and remote management. And tests about the international standards, especially about the MASS Code, is also included here. And you can find further details about the project through the CAS project website. In addition to technological development, Korea is also focusing on establishing legal system that supports the innovation and also prevents accidents. A key milestone in this effort was the enactment of the MASS Act, and officially the Act on Promotion of the Development and Commercialization of MASS. This law was enacted in January 2024 to create the foundations for the development and commercialization of MASS. To implement the Act effectively, the Korean government also developed subordinated laws and detailed guidelines in January this year. The MASS Act consists of 4 chapters and contains detailed provisions regarding national planning, demonstration procedures, safety assurance, and international cooperation. This framework allows Korea to respond systematically to the rapid development of MASS technology and prepare for its practical guidelines in domestic and international seas. So, what's in the MASS Act? First of all, the Act clearly defines the legal terms such as Maritime Autonomous Surface Ship and Remote Operator Center. These definitions are essential for the consistent application of laws, standards, and policies. Second, it lays out the obligations for the government to make master and implementation plans of MASS. These plans serve as the strategic framework to guide long-term policy and investments. The Act sets a legal foundation for performance demonstration. It outlines procedures and standards for testing MASS and their equipment to ensure safety and technical maturity. Fourth, the law emphasizes human research development, investment in R&D projects, and international cooperations as critical components of the national strategy. And lastly, it contains provisions for safety assessment systems, including risk evaluation and technical validation. Next, I'm going to talk about those master and implementation plans. The goal of those plans is to promote the development and commercialization of MASS on regular planning. Based on the MASS Act, Korea is now developing the master plan of 2026 to 2035. The master plan will present a long-term vision and direction for the development of MASS, covering the following key areas, such as direction of research and development, safe operation, and specialized human resources. The purpose of this is to ensure continuity and consistency in MASS policy. It also allows government to allocate resources effectively and measure the performance of various initiatives. To make all of this work in practice, Korea also established rules for testing and demonstrating MASS. These regulations enforce the technical and procedural requirements for conducting MASS demonstration in real maritime environments. It defines the requirements for the safety assessment of MASS and equipment and for the piloting and demonstration of MASS. In particular, the regulation defines the scope of safety assessment as follows. Risk assessment is the identification of potential risks such as mechanical failures, malfunctions, cyber threats, and software errors. Evaluation of drawings or verification of design documents that the structure and the layout of the MASS and its components meet safety standards. Through this regulation, Korea aims to ensure that we are making not just smart ships, but also safe ships. Next, performance demonstration plays a key role in advancing autonomous ships. To support this, Korean government provides technical and institutional support for demonstration projects. We are supporting performance demonstration by using the Autonomous Ship Verification and Evaluation Research Center. The Autonomous Ship Verification and Evaluation Research Center is located in Ulsan, Korea, and built in 2022. It provides sea-based test and evaluation system for autonomous technology. The key functions are performing autonomous ship testing and evaluation, and providing technical support, and securing autonomous ship track records. Key facilities are these, and they have big data platform, sea-based test vessel, and traffic control system, digital twin bridge, and simulation-based testbed for autonomous ships. I actually visited here last year, and it was really cool, and it felt like stepping into the future. So maybe you should visit here sometime. Now, the final part of this presentation concerns about the international cooperation. As ships operate across national boundaries, international standards are essential to ensure interoperability and safety. As you may know, the International Maritime Organization is working on the non-mandatory code, which is scheduled to be finalized by 2026, which is next year. Korea is working hard to follow this process and actively participate in related discussions. This is because international cooperation is not just about the formality, it is a practical necessity for the safe and sustainable usage of mass worldwide. So Korea is actively contributing to the development of MASS Code and international dialogue about autonomous ships. We co-hosted 2 MASS Symposiums with the IMO, which was 2023 and 2024 MASS Symposiums. Here are the 2 photos from these events, and maybe it looks identical, but it's slightly different. In 2023, the agenda was making headway on the IMO MASS Code. And in 2024, which was last year, Symposium was about sailing together, striving for a future-proof IMO MASS Code. And beyond symposiums, Korea is contributing to various international standard-setting organizations, including IMO, ISO, IEC. The knowledge and experience accumulated through CAS project and the implementation of the MASS Act provide a solid basis for Korea's global engagement. We believe that sharing data, best practices, and lessons learned is essential for building a safe, harmonized, and internationally recognized MASS ecosystem. And we are committed to continuing this work with other countries. Yeah, so that brings me to the end of the presentation. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you very much, Hee-soo, and to the Republic of Korea also for paving the way with the 2 symposiums that were organized in the 2 previous years. Thank you very much. And with that, I'd like to invite the colleagues from Japan, Mr. Takahiro Yamazaki and Mr. Captain Yun Nakamura. Please, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests. I'm Takahiro Yamazaki, Director for MASS at MLIT of Japan. Oh, sorry. In our presentation, I am pleased to report Japan's approach and policy on MASS, followed by Captain Nakamura reporting the progress of the Meguri 2040 project. MASS have generated significant interest worldwide. The primary driver behind our MASS initiative is safety. Many maritime accidents are caused by human factor, and this highlights the urgent need for new solutions. Additionally, MASS technology offers promising solutions for enhancing safety in congested waters and improving working conditions for seafarers by reducing their workload and associated stress factors. Developing and utilizing autonomous technology will be key to the further development of maritime transport. Government of Japan has established a roadmap aimed at achieving full-scale commercial operation of MASS by around 2030. Our approach is as follows. First, we had established basic technologies and developed guidelines. Currently, we are developing the technologies with a view to social implementation while establishing rules both internationally and domestically. And then, we will develop the environment for promoting MASS. Japan had conducted series trials of MASS technology since 2018. These initiatives focus on three key functional areas: autonomous operation function, remote control function, and auto-berthing and berthing function. Based on these initial R&D efforts, MARIT of Japan issued comprehensive safety guidelines for MASS. A cornerstone of Japan's MASS development is the Nippon Foundation MEGRI 2040 project. MEGRI successfully completed stage 1, carrying out 6 demonstration ship tests in 2022. These tests included world-first demonstrations using large vessels navigating over long distance through congested waters. Following the success of stage 1, the Nippon Foundation has launched stage 2 of the MEGRI project using 4 ships starting in this year. The current progress of stage 2 will be presented by Captain Nakamura. In the regulatory aspect, Government of Japan has established the study committee on MASS last year. The committee is addressing several critical areas: safety rules and survey methods, skills and deployment requirements for MASS seafarers, liability and insurance issues, and evaluating operational impacts through demonstration tests. As timeline shows, discussion will proceed in step with the MEGRI project. Japan has just issued MASS safety rules this month. These rules incorporate functional requirements for autonomous navigation system, ANS, which is core of MASS system, and remote support system, as well as risk assessment. ANS is defined as a facility installed on a ship to reduce onboard workload by consistently executing 3 elements of ship navigation. 1, situational awareness. 2, collision and grounding avoidance. 3, route execution and monitoring. In our framework, not all the tasks need to be performed by ANS, and requirements can be met through effective collaboration between humans and systems. After this summer, demonstration ships of MEGRI 2040 project will be surveyed based on these rules. In addition, Japan has involved in the development of IMO MASS Code, particularly regarding navigation requirements. And of course, we will continue to contribute to further discussion at IMO, utilizing our experience. In conclusion, the practical application of MASS is expected to bring significant benefits in terms of safety and the working environment for seafarers. Japan continues to advance technological development projects, most notably through the Meguri initiative. The Government of Japan aims to achieve full-scale commercial operation of MASS by around 2030, and is working to establish international and domestic MASS rules. We firmly believe that promoting the spread of MASS requires collaboration between industry, government, and academia. By working together, we can overcome the challenges associated with autonomous shipping and realize its full potential for improving maritime safety and efficiency. Thank you for your attention. Next, Captain Nakamura will give his presentation.
Thank you very much. I'm Jun Nakamura. Thank you very much. Good opportunity to introduce to our activity, our project. So I'm originally to the master mariner in the NYK line, now seconded to the MTI. So MTI is the R&D arm of the NYK line. So we are going to development the autonomous ship. So in the last MSC 109 in Nippon Foundation, they have introduced to our activity Meguri 2040 project stage 2. Today, I would like to explain to our progress report to the Meguri 2040 stage 2. So our content is firstly to the overview of the Meguri 2040 stage 2 project, and next is the Meguri 2040 stage 2 technology development, and finally Meguri 2040 stage 2 standardization and future prospect. So firstly, the project outline. So challenges, so Mr. Yamazaki, he have already explained to the previous presentation. So I would like to explain to our goal. So development technology that will be lead to the future through the ocean innovation with the view to the long-term industrial growth and drawing up grand design for autonomous vessels in Japan and around the world. So our consortium is so now going to the expanding to the big consortium. So in the stage 2, about 53 companies joining to our consortium. So next is I would like to explain the organization of the DFAS Plus project. It is Meguri 2040 stage 2 development consortium name. So DFAS Plus Consortium, we have the 4 PMO, Project Management Office. Project Management Office is my company, MTI, and Japan Marine Science, consulting company of the NYK Group, and the Mitsubishi Research Institute. This is whole PMO. Then we have discussion with the Class Society, Class NK, Royal Register, DNV, and ABS also. So Nippon Foundation is supporting to our project. We have discussion also Nippon Foundation. Then we set up the 3 working group. One is a demonstration working group. We have the 4 vessels will be developed to the autonomous ship. One is a new building vessel and 3 conversion of the vessel. And second working group is a technology standardization working group. Also, we have the 4 elementary technologies. We have the sub-working group set up to the 8 sub-working group. 4 is sensor, integrator, planner, controller. This is navigation function. And engine remote monitoring, communication, and data recording, and system status management. So we set up to the 8 sub-working group in standardization working group and social implementation working group. Then our consortium with good discussion with the Japanese government, MLIT, and other concerned parties. So next is I would like to explain to the demonstration working group. So 4 vessels will be used to the demonstration vessel and 2 ROC. I would like to introduce the 4 our demonstration vessels. One is a new building container vessel, so about 7,800 gross tonnage, about 700 TEU container vessel. The next is the island vessel, vessel's name Olympia Dream Seto. This is 942 gross tonnage inside of the inland sea water, inland sea. And third is a conversion vessel, conversion container vessel. Vessel's name is Mikage. So 749 gross tonnage. This is navigation area, the coasting area. And finally, ro-ro vessel number 2 Hokuren-maru. So 11,430 gross tonnage. This is biggest vessel in our project. This island vessel to the ro-ro vessel, this is just only conversion vessel from the normal vessel to the autonomous vessel. So next, I'd like to explain to the MEGRI 2040 technology development. So firstly, I would like to explain to our development process. In our development, we are using to the V model process. So first year, we are making to the concept of the operation and making to the concept of design with risk assessment. In this time, we carried out the risk assessment method with the STPA. So when we are making to the concept of the operation and the concept of design, then carried out to the risk assessment by STPA. Then we making to the function requirement and each necessary development item is indicated. Then we are going to the basic design. Then second year, we are carried out to the detailed design and now implementation of the manufacturing. Detailed design time, we are also carried out to the FMEA risk assessment. Also, this is very important for the subsystem basis, we are carried out to the risk assessment also. Then third year, we are carried out the unit test based on the normal operation, and we are indicated some risk assessment item by FMEA. So we are carried out that verification and validation for these items. Then next step, we carried out the subsystem testing and whole system testing. Now we are just carried out the whole system testing by the shore side. Then in the next year, so we are carried out the demonstration voyage. So I would like to explain to our DFAS plus schedule. So I have already explained that we have already finished the hill test from the shore side. Then now we have already started the ship's acceptance test. It means that we have set up our equipment on the vessel, then carried out by the ship's side test we have carried out. Then we have the separately 2 testing in the ships. One is also on the berthing time. We are carried out to the ship's testing, and next is going to on sea side. We carried out the final testing, then going to the demonstration. So next is I would like to explain to our development items from the navigation side. So navigation side is we have the 4 subsystems. So one is a new sensor, like a camera vision and full tracking to the radar system. So we are improving the performance from the present radar to the autonomous radars. And integrators mean we are integration to the situation awareness and sensor data. For example, we have the target detection by the AIS, target tracking by radar and camera vision. So we must association or fusion to that information. Then we'd like to improving to that sensors information as information. And so next is the planner. Planner is, so as you know, to the collision avoidance system. So collision avoidance system making to the collision avoidance plan using to that integrated information. And finally, so planner will be sending to the route data. Then controller, we say to the DTC, drive train controller, controlling to the ship's movement, not only radar, engine motion and thruster motion also will be controlling to the directory. Then we are carried out the autonomous voyage from navigation side. Then machinery side, also we are trying to the remote monitoring in the engine room. So shore person in ROC, he will checking to the ship's machinery condition. This is so at this time. So our development item is abnormality detection for the main engine plant. This is very important for the remote operation from the ROC side. And other our development item is a communication with the cyber security and status management and data recording system and remote operation system also. So next is how to monitoring to the autonomous status. So in this time, so our unique system is central information management system. So highest controller is the captain or navigation officer. Then central information management system indicated is autonomous status to the captain or navigation officer. So central information management system can collecting to the each subsystem's data and the system's health level. So for example, we set up the 3 subsystems. One is the navigation system, 2 is the propulsion system, and the 3rd is the communication systems. So navigation system is including to the sensor, information integrator, and route planner, and control function. In case of some trouble occurred, so navigation system's health level going down, then indicated the CIM. So CIM decides that we can carry out a high-level autonomy voyage or autonomous voyage, or low-level autonomous voyage will be decided to the CIM. Then CIM informed to the captain. Captain accepts that situation, so CIM provide to the present status to the propulsion system and communication system. Then we are frequently changing to the autonomous level. So I would like to explain to our autonomous level. So in our project, so we set up to the 5 autonomous level. One is a full autonomous. Second is monitoring with mind on. Third is monitoring with approval. This is 3 is our autonomous level. Then track control and manual is this is fallback state. So full autonomous is a fully autonomous state is moving to the full autonomous is moving to the unmanned, non-human on the bridge situation. This is we say to the full autonomous. And monitoring with mind on, so autonomous navigation, but navigation officer or captain standby to the nearby to the conning position. In case of any accident or some emergency, captain or navigation officer can take over to the easily. Then monitoring with mind approval. It means, for example, to the, in the radar, if weather condition is very bad, radar's accuracy is going down. At this time, so collision avoidance planner will indicate it is a collision avoidance plan, but the navigation officer or master will be checking to that plan, then they can accept, then we can carry out that candidate route. This is our navigation status. And so we are separating to the navigation mode. So navigation mode means so we separate to the passing, unpassing mode, leaving, approaching mode, harbor in, harbor out mode, coastal mode, ocean mode. Because so in this time, so depend on the navigation situation, our using equipment is different. For example, to the berthing in the unberthing mode, we must use to the thruster. And so we must start with the additional generator for this time, berthing and unberthing time. But in the ocean voyage, we don't use to the thruster, because thruster is normally less than 5 knots we can use, but more than 5 knots we cannot use the thruster. That's why in this time, ocean mode, in the generator also, one generator is enough so for the normal voyage. That's why we are separating to the navigation mode, then we mixing to the navigation status, then as much as possible to continue to the autonomous voyage. Then next is, so I would like to explain to the concept of the ROC. So we have the 4 concepts. So one is the net cloud-based systems and navigation. It's so making to the long-term navigation and safety communication with the ship and shore. And the engine side, so the remote monitoring, engine plant, and direct communication with the ship engineer, and ship shore communication with cyber security. So this is Hill test hardware in the real test arrangement. So sensor, integrator, planner, controller connected to the simulator, and CIM and plant monitoring system with simulator. Simulator at this time we are using to the DNV Cyber Simulator. Thank you very much, Ari-san. And also, so in the this hardware in the loop test, we are carrying out a briefing with the captain and ship shore communication with the ROC also. Then carried out this shore test, then going to the onboard setup. This is so one example to the test scenario from the unberthing to the berthing scenario. So each location we carried out several normal operation scenario and abnormal situation scenario. And so about time is so from the 6 months, 5 months we carried out that test, and more than 300 hours and 333 items carried out in this test. Then next is the construction scene of the, our new building, our new equipment. We have already set up to our autonomous equipment on the vessel at this time, so almost finished to the set up to the new equipment. So we will start to the trial test in the from next month. So finally, so standardization and the future perspective. So we have set up to the standardization working group. So we'd like to making the standardized forum standard to the in our project, and so we'd like to provide to the our experience to the IEC and the ISO. So one of the examples of configuration-based system construction and safety assurance for the MASS. So we'd like to a sample of the function framework for the proposal industrial reference to keeping to the mind to the IMO MASS Code. So for our MEGRI project, the construction is one of the sample to the provided to the for the ISO. This is just a sample. Maybe many samples will occur to the in the autonomous ship function. So this is, sample is we provide that sample. Then in the future, easy to develop to the autonomous ship in the future. So future interactive, so future social implementation is to keeping to the press rule making to the process. So owner side is making to the SMS and users training and ship builder and the construction the ship trial and maker on the performance test and making the user guide. So finally, DFAS Plus project is an open technology development and implementation of the autonomous ship, leveraging knowledge of the DFAS project. And so our demonstration will be starting to the, from the next month. And so standardization and development process, basic technology and autonomous ship in the viewing to the proceeding to the ISO and IEC. And so we do carry out the making to the ISO, SMS manual and crew training will be carried out. And so DFAS Plus project is a very open project. We'd like to discussion to the, in the future for the worldwide basis. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Excellent, thank you very much. I think we have had different presentations showing towards different items, but in any case, the title of the panel was Looking into the Future, I think, or something in that regard. So if I may also ask for the Slido presentation, Slido results to be shown, so we can start with a Q&A. In any case, I would perhaps, no, I will, yes. So the results, as sort of expected, I would say, show that a very, very large majority would think that some enhanced decision support for navigation is the most likely technology to be used in conventional vessels or to be used in, let's say, non-mass ships. Can I ask with that? Can I perhaps start with you, Are? What would you say to that?
Yeah, I think it's kind of obvious that all these technologies that they are going to be needed for any automated navigation can help seafarers and navigators on the way there. But there is one thing, and that is, do we want these systems, even if we don't give them responsibility to make the decisions on their own, do we want them to be in a level where they give bad advice? And how will that influence the workload, cognitive load of the navigators? So we would advocate that the kind of quality requirements for a decision support system should be pretty high up there with the final automated system.
Thank you. May I then also turn to Captain Nakamura? You, in relation to that, and I know that Japan has been heavily involved, especially when it comes to ANS, and I understand also your legislation is focusing on that. But I was very interested about this CIM that you referred to, and there have been some talks about a system of systems, so to say. And this is something that we have not covered in the MASS Code. Would you think that this is something to be installed on ships or to be on top of every other system? Is that something that you would expect on MASS ships?
Yeah, thank you very much. So yeah, I think our CIM is a unique system, but one of the alert management systems, so like a BAM or something, so as you know, in the navigation system with a bridge alert management system, we have already have. So also machinery side, they have the different alert management system have. So in this time, when we're starting the development, how to mixing to that system. So if in case of the mixing is directly, we are very difficult to control to the autonomous level. So when we keep, how to keep it easily, so we are discussing to the internally, then we making some subsystem basis, we are controlling to the alert management. Then this alert management will be informed to the CIM. Then CIM is, so they have some matrix to the, depend on the autonomous status. Then, for example, to the all health level is 1 is so we can carry out to the high level autonomous. But in case of the health level 2 in the navigation system, so in this time, so full autonomous is not acceptable, so we are reducing to the monitoring with mind on. In case of the takeover to the navigation officer, the master is soon, so we can stand by to the nearby to the conning position. It means, for example, so going, if navigation level going to, if we are going to the congestion area, we'd like to reduce to the health level for the navigation function. This is we are making that health level, then control to the CIM. Because so if in case of this method, so very difficult to connecting to the system of the systems.
Thank you. May I then go to Ulla, and I was very interested in what you spoke about in relation to haptic controls. And in this working group that we have here, we, because we have, I would say, mainly based our discussions on existing rules, this has been left out. There's no requirement. Obviously, as you said, on a ship, like the feeling of the ship is something that takes place naturally, but we haven't regulated it. So one question is, I mean, I think you clearly suggested that we should go that way. My question would be, do you have like clear results where it's shown that by having haptic controls, you have better results, like better situational awareness?
Yeah, I have. And that is from a domain that you wouldn't imagine, and that is cycling. So when I'm cycling in the city of Trondheim on the winter time, I use all my senses to get safely to the destination. So I use the wind as a haptic speedometer. I use the vibrations to feel and to feel the friction of the road. I use my ears to hear traffic behind me, so that I can avoid crashing into cars and other cyclists. So we are using more of our senses than we might think, and I don't think that the only screen-based remote operation center is enough. I think that we need to use more of our modalities and even offload the visual modality through haptics and spatial sound. And that is something that we should include in our remote operation centers for the future.
Thank you. I will then turn to Hisu and the Republic of Korea. It was obviously also from an administration point of view impressive to see the plan, the regulatory framework plan that you have in the Republic of Korea. And where I was just a bit uncertain, and I would say that is also because of the uncertainty of the development of the MASS Code, is how would the MASS Act that you spoke about, how do you expect it to be influenced by the MASS Code? Are you going to take the MASS Code and implement it? What is your expectation there?
Yes, for now we don't have really like specialized plan for now, because MASS Act was enacted last year and before the MASS Code. So actually after the non-mandatory code, we will maybe change our MASS Act and also implement it and design it along with the MASS Code. So right now it's just quite of a guideline for before the MASS Code, and yeah.
Okay, but you would expect to, or you're expecting it, I assume, like to implement it. Yeah, that stands for us as well. I'd like to turn to you, Are. You referred to a lot of testing, especially regarding coal rigs. And there are, obviously, there are different questions that I would have there. I mean, you refer to parts of it, asking, okay, what is enough when it comes to testing? Where do we put the limit? So one question would be, how much concept dependent is that testing? If you have like additional mitigation layers or control systems in place, would that make any difference?
Yes, it will make a difference because if you limit the operational envelope or the operational design domain of the system, then you can kind of exclude a number of things and a number of situations that are not kind of covered or supposed to be covered by the system. But then it's really important that the system can monitor these limits. And it's not only on page 18 in the manual that it says, please do not use if the current is with you or against you or whatever limitation is in the system. So we are very focused on if there are limits like that, they should be monitored by the system itself. But then, of course, you can reduce the scope of the verification according to those things.
And if I may, I mean, I see a question there in the back. I'll come right to you. Just since we touched on call rigs, do you have like a specific interpretation when it comes to call rigs and the qualitative terms, like, and you know which ones I'm referring to, like ample time and good seamanship, and there is a number of them.
We are expecting the system supplier to kind of provide a range, because that will be based on the intended use of the system. So if they're creating a system to be used on a very large vessel, then of course we need longer ranges for detection and more time to maneuver if we're talking about a 23-meter reach going 8 knots. So it's very much up to the supplier in question to kind of claim capabilities of the system, and then we will verify that it lives up to those.
Thank you. I saw a question in the back. Yes, please.
Yes, thank you very much. Tracy Mayhew with the ITF. Really appreciate all of the presentations today. This has been very interesting and informative. I guess my question is really to anybody, but I think maybe DNV might be able to, might have an answer. So we've been hearing more about AI and hallucinations, or at least what I hear is being called hallucinations, where AI kind of makes stuff up. And you had just mentioned about navigational support and which data do we want seafarers to have in that navigational support, and do we want it to be good information or bad information? So along those lines, the verification systems that you've developed or that have been developed, will they pick up items like this, like the AI hallucinations, or is that the next thing that we're going to need to be concerned with and develop? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. Would you like? Yes, please.
Thank you very much. Good question. In our development basis, so in this time we are using the AI system in the image recognition for the camera sensor. At this time, we are using the camera sensor as a basis on the AI system. Development operation is looping. So we are making that. Once we are collecting data from the seaside, then feedback to the shore side. Then shore side will be learning to the AI system, then improving to the some performance, then come back to the vessel side. Then we are increasing to the image recognition lenses performance. But for the collision avoidance systems, for route making, we are using to the rule-based system, because in my opinion, it is very important that when we master or navigation officer take over from the system times, we need to know to the system's intention. In case of the black box of the AI, for me, especially I'm not so good captain, that's very difficult to take over from the system side when we take over to the collision avoidance time. That's why we are using to the some rule-based system and making to the some the good user interface. That's why AI is I think good solution, but how to use the AI is very important. So if black box is navigation officer master very difficult to use to the when fallback state or something. This is my opinion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I see also DNV wanting to step in. Are, please.
Yes, I would just like to add that from all the different systems we have looked at so far, none are using AI for navigational kind of decisions yet. They are primarily used for image recognition, data processing from radars and so on. But it may happen, and then we are facing the big problem that is for all AI systems. Do we really know how to verify those at all for any application? I'm not sure if I know how to do it yet.
Thank you. Ole?
I can add. We have developed some conceptual systems, conversational user interfaces, where basically an autonomous ship can answer on the radio. You can call the autonomous ship and it will answer on the radio using LLMs, large language models. And we also made some proof of concepts where you can give an autonomous surface vessel voice commands. Go to that position or dock at that dock. And yes, sometimes the autonomous ship hallucinates.
I think there may be two track of approach and related to the AI related risks. So first, we have to aim to minimize those malfunctions by demonstrations and also continuous track records. So therefore, we can minimize those malfunctions. And also, another track will be no system is perfect, so we should use human personnel. So I think in this state, it is inevitable to use human resources about the AI-related risks.
Thank you very much. I saw a question there by Professor Szosda.
Thank you very much. My name is Zbigniew Szosda. I represent Poland. I thank all the presenters for very interesting presentations, very informative. And my question regards this small passenger ferry, autonomous passenger ferry. I try to imagine such a ferry in my home city, in Szczecin. It could be very useful, but I thought to myself it would not be possible to operate because there are no safety regulations. And my question is, did you need to amend, to change safety regulations before you put such a ferry into operation?
No, because on that passenger ferry we had a safety host on board. We basically had one master that was sitting with his hands tied, doing nothing, but he was the responsible on board. So if anything happened, he would take over control of the ferry and take it safely to the nearest dock. And we have actually been, our next step now is to dress up the master like a Polish tourist and hide him between the passengers to see how the passengers react on a totally or at least apparently masterless ferry.
So I understand it was not fully autonomous.
The ferry was fully autonomous. No, it was not fully autonomous, but it's going to appear as fully autonomous.
And thank you very much.
Thank you for that. And perhaps from an administration point of view, also to clarify that this is within enclosed waters in a canal within Trondheim. So one last question, if we can do it really, really fast.
Okay, thank you. I have a question, but before I have a reflection based on my experience as a seagoing master for years and also as an ISM auditor for years. And in a discussion around the autonomous vessel, there is a strong and understandable focus on vessels and levels. And we understand that we are heading to a technological innovation. However, I believe that the human and social dimensions are being significantly underrepresented. A lot of the argument for going autonomous is safety, and we are taught that 80% of all accidents are caused by human and 20% are caused by technical failure. But working closely with safety management system, I would argue that many of these incidents caused by humans actually reflects insufficient risk management, inadequate procedures, or system weaknesses in the management system, not solely by the individual. And as we move towards a higher level of autonomy, the roles of the seafarers are changing from operators to supervisors, from decision makers to monitors. Yet the responsibility often remains even when the control is reduced. This shift creates a new kind of vulnerability that must be addressed, not only just technically, but also operationally and ethically. And moreover, we must not ignore the social environment on board. Seafaring is not just about system and procedures, it's also about teamwork, communication, and a shared sense of purpose. Reducing the number of people on board or altering the roles dramatically will impact the psychological and social dynamic in ways we do not fully understand. So for that reason, I believe we need far more interdisciplinary research combining technology, human factor, and organizational learning, and lived maritime experience. Without it, we risk building ships that are technically advanced, but operationally fragile and socially unsustainable. So my question is, do we have enough focus on the human element? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take that as a comment and not as a question because we ran out of time. But thank you very much, and see you in 20 minutes after the coffee break. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, and welcome back to the fifth and final session of this symposium. I hope you're not as tired as we seem to have been when we were choosing a title for this session. Because despite it's rather bland, or perhaps I should, if I want to be on a positive side, say enigmatic title, which is Other Projects. I believe that this will be a very interesting session, consisting of a variety of projects stretching from passenger ferries to smaller USVs. So before I welcome the first speaker to the podium, we can do the last Slido question, which is, which ship type is more likely to implement the MASS code? So please feel free to fill in your answers. And then also give a warm welcome to Oddbjarte Johnsen from the ferry company, Fjord 1.
Thank you. Good afternoon, dear delegates. My name is Oddbjarte Johnsen, and I'm a project manager at Fjord 1. I'm here today to share how we're working to bring autonomy into real-world operations. Let me give you a quick overview of what we are doing on the Lavik-Oppedal route. This route crosses the Sognefjord, one of Norway's longest and deepest fjords, and plays a vital role in regional transport as part of the E39 highway. This map shows the Lavik-Oppedal ferry route crossing the Sognefjord from Lavik in the north to Oppedal in the south. The distance between Lavik and Oppedal is about 3 nautical miles. The crossing time is 20 minutes, and the terminal time is set to 10. In total, the route will see over 44,000 single crossings per year, carried out by 4 vessels. Let me give you the most important dates for the Lavik-Oppedal project. In March 2021, the Norwegian National Transport Plan outlined clear political ambitions to modernize ferry operations. The goals focused on improving efficiency and reliability through increased automation and digitalizations. In June 2022, the Norwegian Public Roads Administration, as the largest purchaser of ferry services, announced a development contract for the Lavik-Oppedal route. The contract included specific requirements for automation. Approval of preliminary design from the Norwegian Maritime Authority were required before submitting a valid offer. Fjord 1 was awarded the development contract in October 2023. From September 1st September 2026, next year, Fjord 1 will begin operating the Lavik-Oppedal route. Automated functions will be introduced gradually, starting from the beginning of operation in 2026, with the majority expected to be in place during 2027. What does automation mean in the context of the Lavik-Oppedal ferry operation? A total of 23 functions will be automated. These functions are grouped into 4 main categories, each with a different level of automation. There are several scales for measuring automation, In this project, we use the Norwegian Forum for Autonomous Ships. Sorry. For the category navigation, 7 functions will be automated at the level of periodically unmanned operation. For the category technical vessel systems, 10 functions will be automated at the level of unmanned operation. For the category loading and unloading, 4 functions will be automated at the level of unmanned operation. For the category evacuation and fire handling, 2 functions with increased level of automation. Human operators will remain responsible for critical decisions and actions. Together, these automated functions aim to enable the ferries to maintain normal route operations with as little human intervention as possible. If human intervention becomes necessary, all of these functions can be remotely operated from the remote operations center. A short status of the vessels. We are building 4 identical vessels. The vessels are designed and will be built for full battery electric operation with backup diesel generators to ensure reliability and environmental performance. All vessels are outfitted with advanced sensor packages, redundant control system, and communication interface to support remote monitoring, autonomous functionality, and remote control. Cybersecurity and secure data handling have been integrated from the design phase, ensuring safe operation in a connected environment. By building 4 identical vessels, we ensure standardization in operation, maintenance, and training. This also simplifies scaling and further upgrades. Each vessel is 120 meters long and 19 meters wide. They have the capacity of 120 passenger car units and 399 passengers, including crew. The construction of the vessels is on schedule. The first vessel, shown in pieces on the screen, will be delivered to us at the end of February next year. Construction of the remote operation center is currently underway. This facility will serve as the operational hub for monitoring and supporting autonomous ferry operation. The center is located at Fjord 1's headquarters in Florø, giving us direct access to technical expertise, operational support, and decision makers. We expect the center to be ready for internal testing early next year, well ahead of the start of autonomous operation on the Lavik-Oppedal route. The center will not only monitor vessel operation, it will also be capable of taking over remote control of key functions if needed. This ensures a high level of safety and operational flexibility. There are many new technologies being introduced in this project. We began early testing of intentionally chosen systems to ensure we gain relevant experience with the technologies most essential to safe and efficient autonomous operation. We have installed navigation sensors on an existing vessel to test and evaluate the performance in real conditions. We have equipped 1 vessel and 1 quay with cameras and dynamic signs to support the automation of loading and unloading process, shown in the photo. As mentioned earlier, Fjord 1 has been in dialogue with the Norwegian Maritime Authority since before we were awarded the contract by the Norwegian Public Roads Administration. The approval process follows Circular 12/2020 from the Norwegian Maritime Authority. This is a risk-based approach where the safety level must be equal to or better than of conventional operations. We have submitted our risk assessment, and the work on the failure mode and effect analysis is currently ongoing. We are confident that progress is on track and aligned with our expectations and contractual obligations. In this project, we have identified 93 gaps between our project requirements and the existing regulatory framework. Half of the regulations relevant for these gaps are more than 15 years old. In fact, 47% of these gaps are from a regulatory framework that is over 25 years old. Technology has evolved significantly since many of these regulations were written, and the rate of change is now faster than ever. Autonomous and digital technologies are transforming how we operate ships. With new technologies comes new challenges, especially in terms of approvals and regulations. We are navigating a complex landscape with many actors, but one shared need: clarity. Who is involved? Flag states, classification societies, third parties, technology suppliers, yards, operators, and others. The main challenge: different roles, often overlapping responsibilities and expectations. Traditional approval processes are not always suited for autonomous or digital systems. Examples: AI-based decision-making, remote operations, and cybersecurity. The result may be uncertainty, delays, and increased cost. Our expectations and hope for MASS Code: clear roles, who does what and when, predictable processes enabling safe planning and investment, defined responsibilities to avoid gray areas and misunderstanding. These elements are, in our view, essential for both safety and scalability. To sum up, clarity isn't just a nice to have, it's the foundation for safe, scalable implementation of new maritime technologies. Without it, we risk confusion, inefficiency, and even accidents. With it, we enable innovation, collaboration, and progress. The path forward is through open dialogue, shared understanding, and a commitment to clarity from all stakeholders. Fjord 1's experience shows that the maritime autonomy is not a distant future. It is already happening. We are not talking about concepts or pilot studies. We are talking about real vessels, real systems, and real operations being prepared for launch. As technology continues to evolve rapidly, a dedicated MASS Code will be essential to ensure alignment between innovation and regulation. The sooner it is in place, the better equipped the industry will be to implement new solutions safely and at scale. At Fjord 1, we have a strong track record of adopting new technology. When we introduced our 2 battery hybrid ferries in 2018, it marked the beginning of a major shift in Norwegian ferry operation. Today, we operate 39 such vessels, demonstrating our ability to scale innovation rapidly and responsibly. We see the same potential in autonomous technology, and we are committed to leading that transition with the same focus on safety, sustainability, and operational excellence. Thank you.
Thank you, Oddbjarte. Next up is, yes, don't sit down, is Vegard Evjen Havstein from Maritime Robotics, one of the technology providers.
That's true.
Yeah.
Pioneers, I would call it, with all regret. Thank you, it's been a long day. I hope you still can follow me if I get the presentation up. Okay, so what my message to you is that this is happening now, and it's full speed ahead in the sea drone market, mark that term. After 20 years since the foundation of maritime robotics, and stumbling with the words uncrewed, unmanned, we so simply said, okay, we heard from, could have been my old aunt, and she said, you're doing sea drones. Yes, that's actually what we're doing. So we have changed the term to sea drones now, and we'll use that for the remaining presentation. And this is not working. Okay, yeah, I think I'll switch the, I can try a little bit on the, okay, we skipped the video. Somebody take over here? We could play the video. Don't, just go to the next one. This is our office. Just go to the next slide. So Maritime Robotics has been around since 2005.
Uncrewed surface vessels.
Slide. Skip that.
In Maritime Robotics, we develop our own autonomy software. We're a software company, but we also produce and manufacture.
Okay, thank you. So we were established in 2005. We are located also in Trondheim. And we also have our own assembly and integration facility very close by. We had last year a turnover of 15 million US dollar and are predicting about 20 or 22 million US dollar this year. So this is happening right now. And we've seen over the, and we'll see also in the future, about 30–40% annual growth. We are 110 people as of today. This is not my best friend today, this clicker. But how do you do this? Okay, yeah, there we go. So our first prototype that at least looked something like a product was actually back in 2007. And I remember we envisaged that if we were able to sail across the fjord and back, the world market would applaud us in, and not much simpler than that. Luckily, we were that naive, because that's why we are here. But we've also been stubborn over the years, I think, so that's why we're also here. Our core. Okay, the core technology of the company. Can you do the switching for me, please? Okay, so next slide. There we go. Thank you. The core technology the company has and remains the autonomous navigation system, the control learning, the software integration, and it's typically also payload integration. Took us some years to understand that the market didn't want autonomy. They wanted platforms. So we needed also to go up on the upper shelf there and integrate those into a portfolio of platforms. And it took us even some more years to understand that they weren't interested in platforms either. They were interested in data acquisition and the ability to gather data cheaper, safer, more flexible, and more sustainable with autonomy. And that is a very important lesson learned. Sometimes we also go into select third parties' vessel and integrate with those, but we are very more restrictive on that, because it simply is also a lot of engineering and a lot of man-hour-driven integration. So we need to know the business case is strong. Next slide. So, yeah, that's okay. Yeah, so for 10 years we were kind of, I think, until the oil price dropped, and we really had to invent something else in Norway, and behind Yara Birkeland came a wave of maritime autonomy from 2015. And that was where we also were able to harvest on an obvious application, seabed mapping, systematic, lawnmower-based, repetitive, boring pattern to sail across the sea to gather systematically data. Next slide. So in the future now, we will continue to deliver and expand actually our portfolio of turnkey sea drones made for data acquisition. Could also contain other types of robots. But we also will, of course, have a place in the mass market that is coming. But for now, I'm going to focus mostly on the sea drones. Next slide. So our products. Next slide, please. The sea drone portfolio, the first one we made back, as I said, route back 2007 was the Mariner. You can take the next slide. And in 2015, we started off doing systematically seabed mapping, or ocean mapping as we call it now, and generally maritime data acquisition. We also see that offshore energy needs that kind of data, so it spins over to the offshore energy side of things. Pipelines need monitoring, wind farms needs to be surveyed, and especially those pipelines also lead us very clearly now over to another thing that's coming very heavily, defense needs. We need also to protect offshore energy, we need to protect our coasts, we need to protect our values, if I should call it that way. So these three industries are very interlinked right now. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, there was a missing picture there. But anyway, the revolution of sea drones is here. And unfortunately, it's also been that what we're seeing now happening at the borders of Europe also is showing that sea drones are crucial. It's crucial for a nation to have drone and also sea drone capability. And this is happening right now. So when we see now, this is actually the first business cases. This is dual use, definitely dual use. We have survey companies like the big ones, like Fugro and their competitors in Belgium and Holland. Instead of buying another conventional vessel now, they invest in one or two or a fleet of sea drones to do the same seabed mapping or inspection jobs. But there are a more radical business case also, which is probably best represented here today. Next slide, please. By Reach Remote and Deep Ocean, when we are actually replacing manned operations and manned vessels totally. And this is typically ratio of savings, CapEx, OpEx, manning, and not at least CO2 equivalents that we are seeing. Even on our smaller sea drones, we see 95 to 98% saving on fuel consumption, which is pretty good. Some are still talking about electrification. We think 97 is pretty good in itself. Next slide. So our portfolio as of today is ranging from 2 to 10 meter, and we don't see any logical reason to stop there. So I can expect that we will be looking into larger platforms, especially on taking into other types of robotics, especially underwater robotics. We need larger platforms. We need more endurance, we need more sea capability. We have pretty good, usually it's our customers' challenge, but it's also our challenge because we need to make the customers happy. That is now going to their separate flag states and getting a permit to operate these vessels. And a very important job here is done here in the UK by the Workboat Code that is out here from the UK. And many nations are looking specifically into that. But we also have DNV guidelines that we're using in Norway. And yeah, most the flag states, they have their own definition. I'm not going to lecture you too much about this because this is more your field of operation. But we are able now to get at least national permits to operate, or our customers are able to get these permits to operate whenever they and wherever they want it right now. Next slide. Just this slide, you can probably put on. So this is our, yeah, you can play it. This is our 9-meter largest member of the fleet. We are about to deliver the 5th of these Mariner X vessels. Also, actually, the design was a little bit thought about being also a front runner for logistics and small cargo units, because we think the first wave of autonomous cargo will be small ones. So this, you don't need to design a new ship if you want to experiment with this. You already have this one. It has a certain capability at least. Next one. But this is the big market right now, and this is happening now. and that is systematically seabed mapping. And it started off almost 10 years ago with small, innovative construction companies, marine construction, survey companies that came, and they could offer to buy, they could afford to buy a small 2-meter multi-beam echo sounder equipped sea drone, USV, like our Otter like this. It was tangible for them to get moving. And that's also a little bit the thing I'm challenging. We need to get moving. And shortly thereafter, the more larger players into especially offshore energy and more ocean-going seabed data acquisition came along. And of course now this has turned around. So the demand is now mostly from navies. And navies do also mapping, but they also look for mines and explosive and what else. Next slide. This is a global market. And we have been for many years actually selling to the largest continents are of course Asia, Southeast and Northeast Asia. Europe is our biggest market, but also now coming into the more conservative US, of course, typically also more dominated by defense. Next slide. Yeah, so this is our 3 industry verticals. Next slide. But sometimes you try to structure your industry as you also find these funny outliers, which is very motivating to work with. So we have our moon landing, if I should terms in terms of environmental challenge, is actually that we are operating also have a sea drone now, and hopefully now shortly a fleet of sea drones with the Norwegian company Aker Krill. They are fishing for krill, and they use a drone to assess where the krill is. The fish, what's it called? Shoal, I think it's called. Yeah, where the most of them are, so that they can direct the more slow-moving and expensive fishing vessels to the right location. And also sometimes do strategic decision to move the fishing vessel over to another site. Okay, next slide. Next slide. Sometimes, as I said, we also do is maybe a front runner to the mass is also we are doing integration on other purpose-built vessels that other yards built, and we will hear more about the deep ocean case shortly by not at least deep ocean themselves. We have now a few defense and security project which needs to be a little bit secret. Scientific, we made a couple of handful of boats for or sea drones for Ørsted for offshore wind farm wind profile measurements. Pretty smart usage instead replacing meta-ocean buoys, but the market is a little bit slow right now, so it will come again. And also we are having this collaboration with Kongsberg Maritime delivering autonomy and system integration for their USV sounder. Next slide. We're going to hear more about this. I'm not going to say too much about it. Maritime Robotics is then delivering the autonomy system and the software also on the ROC side for the autonomous navigation on this one. It's been a long project. And next slide. And this is our software quality. Again, autonomy level 2 was very, maybe that's not so relevant, these autonomy levels anymore, but I think it's still structures that the remote operation is the way to, is the place to be right now. This boat can also have the systems to be operated on board or remotely. And yeah, you can read. There are definitely also going to be talking more about it. Structured qualification processes that this vessel and this project has been through. So we've been through it all, I hope. Next slide. Last thing I want to mention, this USV Challenger has something that might be our next product out. It's already in the mast. It's called the Seaside X, and it's also a 190-degree, next slide, camera that also has this ability to have machine vision for detection. And what has also been mentioned here in this slide, to make better situational awareness. So this is, we think it's really in the forefront of where the industry is. We cannot see then that we are in the front here, and we also did our compliance work right from the start, actually, with also having the DNV GLCG 0339 and a couple of other standards also there, right? So this is a maritime instrumentation that is meant to be a possibility to put on board. Right now, we are bundling this together with our own autonomous navigation system, but we are also considering options, not least experienced from what we see on the feedback on Slido here today. I think it's pretty interesting what we see. I think that was my presentation. Next slide, I think it's just the ending. So thank you very much. This is happening now. So take advantage of the sea drones. There are small, relatively cheap assets out there that you can start experimenting with today. And the technology is very similar. So hopefully. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we just run along, and I would like to welcome Kjetil Bringaker from Deep Ocean to talk about the USV Challenger.
Yes, thank you very much. And thanks for the opportunity to talk about this project, USV Challenger. I'm representing Deep Ocean, who is a world-leading ocean service provider with approximately 1,700 employees. We have offices all around the world and a headquarter in Norway. This project began as a deep ocean initiative back in 2019, with ideas evolving from early 2018. And in 2022, we were joined by two strong Norwegian vessel owners, Solstad Offshore and Østensjø Rederi. The final vessel design was developed by Salt Ships Design, and the ship was built in Spain at the Gondan shipyard. So, why are we building a USV? The reason is simple. We want to deploy the ROV in a better, more adapted way than we do today. The ROV is our tool. Where there is maintenance, structural inspection, or survey, the ROV does the job. The USV is designed to support operations across several sectors. Let's take a closer look. Yes, at Deep Ocean, we set ambitious climate goals. We aim to reduce emissions by 45% by 2030 and reach net zero by 2040. In the last 5 years, we have already cut emissions by 23%. And to reach our targets, we need to rethink how we work and develop new methods that continue to make a real difference. The USV is a key part of that strategy. There are three main benefits to using USV. It's greener operations, lower costs, and improved HSE. And compared to a conventional offshore vessel, typically around 100 meters long, the USV can, as been said today, perform the same tasks with over 19% lower emissions. And due to its smaller size, it has significantly lower power requirements and smaller engines. It also requires fewer materials to build, reducing its environmental footprint even further. And since there is no need for onboard accommodation, the crew can live at home when off shift. On the cost side, the vessel uses less fuel. While it's expensive to build, it's still cheaper than a conventional offshore vessel. It also requires fewer crew members to operate. And importantly, in Norway, the challenge isn't lack of work, it's shortage of people. These three factors help reduce both capital and operational costs. The final key reason is improved HSE. We are moving people away from the offshore environment and into safer land-based roles. And the vessel also creates new opportunities for people who, due to health or family reasons, can no longer work offshore, but can continue contributing to the industry with their experience and knowledge. This sketch shows the USV concept. We have a remote operating center onshore which communicates with the vessel via various wireless communication methods. The vessel carries a world-class ROV which is deployed into the sea. The ROV communicates with the vessel via an umbilical. We carry enough fuel to operate offshore for up to 30 days or 3,200 nautical miles. And the system is capable of launching and recover a ROV in 3-meter significant wave height. So, this is the USV Challenger, arriving Haugesund from the yard on the Norwegian National Day, the 17th of May this year. It's 24 meter long, 7.5 meter wide, developed to withstand a working life in the North Sea. The vessel is built to survive in 9-meter significant wave heights and is designed to perform launch and recovery of ROVs in 3-meter plus HS. It will operate offshore for 30 days and cruises on 9 to 10 knots. And the vessel features a diesel electrical power system combined with battery, meaning all onboard consumers are fully electrical. The switchboard is split into 3 sections, operating at 2000 volt DC. It has dynamic positioning capabilities with 2 conventional azimuth thrusters at the rear and a 360-degree pump jet at the front. We have implemented a comprehensive connectivity platform. When the project began, Starlink and other low Earth orbit satellite systems were not widely available, so the system was designed to operate on VSAT. The vessel is not autonomous, but remotely operated. That means that the captain and the chief are stationed at the remote operation center. All decisions are made by humans, except in the event of a lost connection, in which case the onboard system takes over to manage the situation. I will now delve into one of the main innovations developed in the project, the NOAA Launch and Recovery System. The LARS itself was designed in-house by the project team. The system consists of 4 main components: the winch, the trolley for umbilical handling, the kicker to push the ROV into the water, and the aft hatch or ramp. The principle is different from traditional launch and recovery systems. This idea has been with us from the beginning, and the vessel is designed around it. When we started thinking about the USV for offshore use, it quickly became clear that we needed to think differently about the LARS when the vessel is only 24 meters long. From conventional vessels, we know the challenges and limitations of moonpool or A-frame solutions. And the only parameter that truly matters for LARS is how high sea state can we operate in for launch and recovery. So we took a bold step and we went for a solution inspired by fishing and trawling. We developed a design and conducted scale model tests in rough seas, which gave us confidence in the concept. And 2 weeks ago, we did the first sea trials, and the confidence was strengthened. We are looking forward to trying this in really bad weather. This video shows the recovery from 2 weeks ago. During recovery, the ROV is pulled in like a trawl, with the vessel moving forward. In coming trials, we'll gain more experience with factors like optimal sea directions and pull versus lift of the ROV. The gyro stabilizer will also assist during launch and recovery. During launch, the ROV is simply pushed out while the vessel is still moving forward at a few knots. Additionally, we've started on making the launch and recovery sequence smarter. We have installed sensors for data collection, and we'll use machine learning to develop models based on the collected data. In the future, we would like the system to decide for itself when the optimal conditions are for launch and recovery. We are operating both the USV and the ROV from the same room at our rock center, shown by the remote speakers earlier. Same facility where Deep Ocean today already remotely operates several ROVs on our conventional vessels. And strong emphasis has been placed on shared situational awareness and easy communication. The master, the engineer, the ROV pilots are all located in the same room. In addition, there is a dedicated station for the ship supervisor and online surveyor, and all other functions are in the next room, separated only by a glass wall. A very large part of the project is ultimately getting the vessel approved for uncrewed operation. This has not been done before in Norway, and we are using the alternative design process described in Circular 1455. There are no existing regulations that specify what and how to do it. The starting point, the foundation, and the requirement for every decision is that we must build a vessel that is at least as safe or safer than a conventional vessel. It's up to us to demonstrate and prove that our solution and system meet this requirement. We use DNV as a third-party body for verification of the technical solutions. And as you probably noticed, the vessel has a fully equipped bridge. At first glance, this might seem odd when the entire goal is uncrewed operation. But there are two good reasons for this. First, we have chosen a two-step approval process. The vessel was approved for crewed operation when delivered from the yard. This allowed us to check out many items on the checklist in a familiar way. Engines, generators, pumps, thrusters, cooling, IAS, all ships systems are reviewed and approved. For the yard, this is essentially a conventional vessel to build, albeit a highly customized one considering its size. The next step is the approval of the uncrewed operation, which is what we are currently working on. We are conducting extensive testing daily for several months to gain this approval. This is new territory for everyone and will encounter challenges. To manage these effectively, it's smart to have people on board for troubleshooting and adjustments. And from an HSE perspective, we must also accommodate those performing the work. So to summarize, we have a DNV class approval in place for a crewed version of the vessel, and now it's Norwegian Maritime authorities that will approve the uncrewed version after the ongoing testing. Yeah. These two timelines show the main activities related to approval at the shipyard and in Haugesund for the auto-remote approval process. This relates to the fact that we are conducting, as I said, the approval in two phases, first as a crewed vessel and then as an uncrewed one. All remote control systems and components were installed at the shipyard, but only partial commissioning was carried out. This made the commissioning at the shipyard a standard and familiar process. After delivery, the vessel was brought to Haugesund, its home city, where we continue the commissioning and testing for the auto-remote functionalities. At this stage, we integrate risk assessments and detailed design documents, ensuring that the assumptions and systems are reviewed and tested to confirm what is described in the documentation. And our main risk assessment tool is the EMSA's ARBAT, developed for mass operations. We have a strong collaboration with NMA and DNV, and we look forward to progressing through the current phase and ultimately receiving the sailing permit from NMA. Thanks for your attention.
Okay, so now we have our last speaker, and Today we have heard several speakers talking about the importance of the users knowing the system. And I actually have gained some experience myself. In preparation for this symposium, I did some Googling. And I actually Googled our next speaker. And Google told me that he was the son of Gene Simmons. And then I thought, well, is this correct? So I did some quality assurance of my own research, and I went straight to the source, the speaker himself, and I asked him, is Gene Simmons really your father? And he said no. But regardless, you're here today and you're going to give us an interesting speech about Fugro.
Yeah, no kiss songs, I'm afraid.
No.
Thank you very much, and thank you also for the invite from NMA. So, I'm here to talk to you today about Fugro's road towards uncrewed operations. Today, I'll present to you where we are today and where we've come from, and this illustration on the screen is a good example of where we are. We operate a variety of uncrewed vessels which are doing survey and inspection survey work globally with ROVs on board or geophysical survey equipment. So we've heard today that the equipment and the technology has advanced very rapidly, and I think in Fugro we would also say that the legislation has advanced quite quickly as well, and I know others may say differently. But from where we are today, from where we started our journey in 2016, it's a very different place. But the challenge still really is on the international scene. We've heard a lot about localizations, which is great, but for companies that operate on a global scale or ships that sail in international seas, this international mass certification is really the next step. A little bit about who I work for then. So Fugro are the largest geodata company. We employ just over 11,000 people. And we currently operate around 60 traditional survey and subsea inspection vessels, and at the moment operate 10 USVs. The thing about that is that we're using the vessels simply to get our tools to the work site, and I think we've heard that from various different people today. So they're effectively a taxi to get us to our field of work. And when we get there, we map, model, and monitor both the surface, the water column, and the subsurface. And we deliver our data to energy clients, government bodies, and the like. And we do that mainly in the maritime environment, but we also do it on land. Okay. And a couple more clicks. So the start of this journey is all about why do Fugro want to do it. And this change to a new ecosystem, it marries like for like with our core purpose, which is to create a safe and livable world. So there's really four main reasons why we do it, and I see they line up with some other companies. But the first main one is that it is ultimately safer, and we've seen that in the 5 years that we've been commercially operating, and through our health and safety statistics, if we compare what we do in the USV teams and also compare it to our traditional fleet. So we can tell you it definitely is safer. And we're trying to make it safer for our employees by simply reducing the exposure hours of those people offshore. Secondly is efficiency. Efficiency of data to our clients, which is ultimately what we get paid to do. So we can use cloud-based technology, near real-time data delivery solutions that are an integral part of an uncrewed solution for it to work, to also speed up the delivery of data to our clients, and that's very important. The next one is sustainability, and we've heard it from lots of different people today. By reducing our carbon footprint, we can have a dramatic input on our sustainability as a company, so that's really good. And finally is work-life balance, which was quite good to see it in one of the questions today. So we want to provide a better work-life balance for our colleagues, and that is really important to the company at its core. But we also want to provide an environment where the next generation feel that they want to work. And I think we really do see that as new people come to our industry. not only for the next generation of age groups, but also of all different diversity groups. So the ecosystem, as we call it, it's not just about the boat. And I think it's quite nice, the presentations we've had today, because they've picked up on all the parts. So we believe that the new ecosystem isn't 1 or 2 USVs, it is a fleet of USVs, and the way that they work at site in our industry is multiple vessels coming to a field and all doing lots of different bits. So for us, it's how we grow the fleet from 10 today to many more in the future. And with that comes the ROC, the workplace, and the reliability and the security of that workplace. And finally, the satellite connectivity. So this is an image from our Perth office of the satellite systems that we are using there to get that connectivity. It is the most important bit. Without that, everything falls to pieces. So that is really important. The Remote Operations Centre, in Fugro, we cover everything. We build the vessels, we supply the control system, we have our own remote operations centres, and in certain regions, we work on the connectivity side. So in our operations centre, we are running the boat in its entirety. The mariners are housed there, the ROV pilots, the inspection engineers, the surveyors. Every part of the operation is in the Remote Operations Centre. And this picture gives you an idea of how we do it at the moment, where we've only got a few vessels in each region. Everybody is in the same room, a bit like they might be on a ship. But as it grows to a larger fleet, we will look to change that format to multiple vessels and perhaps mariners being combined across multiple vessels rather than the core individuals from one individual USV. The global map for operations centres looks a little bit like this. The key areas are Aberdeen for Europe and Africa, Houston for North America, Mackay for South America, Perth for APAC, and Dubai for UAE. And those areas have got USVs operating and have done for quite some years. And for us, whilst we can set up operation centres in different countries, the whole purpose of the ecosystem is to bring efficiency in that place. So we want to try and operate in a region from a large centralised ROC rather than have small ROCs in individual local states. And that's something that we've been talking with Norway about. And to date, we've just ticked over 1 million remote project hours, which is a pretty massive milestone for us. So that's lots of different bits. It's operating the USVs from a control and data point of view. Our geotechnical drill ships, we've taken surveyors off those ships some years ago, and all the positioning for the drill rigs going on the seabed is done from the ROCs. And the ROV piloting and inspection engineers have come into the ROCs. So the ROCs are now growing from just USV control into multiple operational modes, which is really good to see. I have a video to show, which is from my colleague in Perth, and it's a tour of the ROC down there, which is quite useful to see. Ooh, we got a bit of volume.
Director of Remote Operations here in Perth, Australia for Fugro. Today I'd like to take you on a guided tour of our facility. The facility was designed on the basis of reliability, security and flexibility. This offers our clients an operational facility that can be tailored for their specific business needs. The range of services that Fugro provide here at the Remote Operations Centre cover across a multitude of sectors, from oil and gas, deep sea, space, mining, and also onshore critical infrastructure such as power lines. We've just entered the control room for Fugro's Blue Essence USVs, where today we're conducting survey operations on assets on the northwest shelf of Australia. In here, we have the master who's responsible for controlling and operating the USV. Next to them, we have the pilots that operate the remote vehicles subsea. Further along, we have the inspection team that compiles the critical data of our clients' subsea assets. Here at the Perth Remote Operations Centre, we have a range of rooms that can be tailored to your mission needs, be it from deep sea to outer space. Clients can monitor their operations from here in the facility, where we have meeting rooms and offices, or from the comfort of their own office or their home. Our facility is operating on a 365-day basis, 24 hours a day. So what we have here is a breakout area where the crews can take some time off, relax, and enjoy their downtime. Thanks for joining us on the tour today. If you have any further questions on Fugro's remote operations capabilities, please reach out to us.
Sorry, all of the rocks are pretty much a blueprint, but that gives you a really good idea of how they work and how the people work from them. So I'll give you a very quick rundown of our last 5 or 6 years since we put the first vessels offshore. This is a nice picture. This is on the outside of the UK Central North Sea sector, working for Harbour Energy. A year and a half ago, we're doing pipeline inspection here with our 12-metre Blue Essence class of vessels. So I think, as the guys from Marine Robotics said, this is live, this is real, it's what we do every day. And we're now talking about data and deliverables rather than how the boat works. So it makes me really proud to show you those kind of images. If we go, and one more click. So we started with the first boat going live in Australia in 2019. This is our Blue Shadow class of vessel. Built as a force multiplier, you can see in this little bottom right image, we deploy these vessels off Lars, a bit like you might do an ROV on a conventional vessel, and they were predominantly built for hydrographic data acquisition. What we really quickly realised with these types of vessel is that your workability of the mothership, which is also collecting data, is limited by the launch and recovery of the USV. So we very quickly wanted to move towards a different environment where we were what we call over the horizon, where the USV could operate on its own with no need for a mother vessel. And that led us towards Seakit, Seakit International, who won the Shell X Prize around the same kind of time. Fugro were one of the sponsors, and they really stood out to us as quite a innovative company that we could move the technology forward with really quickly. So we set up a joint venture with them as quick as we could and got into production of our Blue Essence class of vessel. To date, we've built 8 of those vessels, or delivered 8 of those vessels, which are operational, with multiple vessels in Australia, here in Europe and Africa, some operating out of Dubai and down in Brazil. And these predominantly carry a relatively small inspection class ROV. You can just about see into the middle. It operates on a well deck kind of principle, so the boat gets to site, the back of the boat is flooded with ballast water, the boat sinks in the water, and the ROV swims out and conducts its operation. So it's only 12 metres big, but as you can see, we operate them off the northwest shelf of Australia and the central North Sea. So you take the people off, and it's amazing what data you can collect from a small platform. It is quite incredible. Okay. And this, I guess, is why I'm here today. This is the Blue Eclipse class of vessel. So this boat has been built predominantly to go into the Norwegian sector. It's a slightly bigger vessel, just over 18 metres. It carries a larger ROV, and the boat's got more endurance. It can transit faster. It can stay offshore for just over 20 days, and it's primarily been built to do pipeline inspection, both in Norway and in the central North Sea sector. And that boat's just about to be delivered to Norway in August to do the Mariano hydrographic campaign. This is an image here of what's coming next year and into the future. So I talked about scaling. This is the evolution of us going into partnership with Seakit and what's come out the end. This is a new class of vessel and a family of classes of vessel that will come next for Fugro. And the change here is we're building them in bulk to try and get scale. So we're building 5 of these vessels at the moment. One is just about being finished to be launched for commissioning, and then the next 5 are quickly in production, from the 5th one being a flat pack of aluminium to the 2nd one being painted at the moment. So it's the upscale that we've been trying to get, and now we're on the road. And these vessels are ranging from 16 metres right up to the 23.99 metre range that we can fit in the workboat code or small cargo ship. So, learnings and key challenges. Yeah, we've had a lot. There is absolutely no doubt about that. And I would like to share a couple with you today, which I think perhaps some of the other operators will have picked upon or at least understand. So the first one is the maturing technology. So whilst we say that the technology is very quickly advancing, and whilst we say that it's not a blocker, it still is a major hurdle. There is no doubt about it, and we can't forget that. The reliability, the capability, especially compared to how we operate in our survey industry and what our clients are used to, that is something. We shouldn't forget that, we shouldn't overlook it, and we still have to drive that forward. And I think the more people who get involved, the quicker that will happen. The complexity of introducing robotics offshore without the ability to have human intervention is something that also we've had challenges with, let's say. If you think about robotics where we use them today, in most other industries, most other places, human intervention is really quite easy. The only place that I can think of where that isn't possible is in space. So we're basically having to develop technology that can live in a world how we operate in space. And that brings some challenges. Secondly is the operational model that we work in. Training and competency frameworks, they're not cemented, they're not in place. Individual companies, individual legislative states, we're putting them together. Every day is a learning day, and we get lots of feedback from our mariners off the conventional vessels, lots of feedback from the flag states and the authorizational bodies, but it's something that we have to deal with. Lastly, the lack of operational and productive scale for a commercial company is a hindrance. Building one boat is very expensive. Building 10 boats is much more efficient, and that's where we need to try and get to leverage all of this. In the same way, operating one vessel from a remote operations centre, I can tell you it's more expensive than operating a conventional vessel. Operating 10 vessels from a remote operations centre, it's viable. And finally, the commercial model. The cost of some of the legislative requirements that are in place, from local legislation to other local legislations, they change quite wildly. For example, guard vessels or support boats. Some local states want a guard vessel, some don't. The cost of a guard vessel in Norway is far higher than the cost of a guard vessel in France. So these things change your commercial model, and when you're trying to operate a stable business, that is very, very difficult. And for us as a survey contractor, as our clients, perhaps the most important people in our industry. So they have a very set-in-stone way of working, especially in oil and gas, and how they change their contractual models to work with USVs. They want to work with us. Many of the clients are very proactive, but their agility to change their contracting model is perhaps not quite where we want it to be. And the final one is alignment and syncing. So to be a profitable business, to make this successful, all of these things have all got to slot together and work. So something like an international mass code, which will allow us to sail from Norway to Ireland, is absolutely fantastic and key to how we can make it work. Thank you.
Thank you. So that was our last speaker, and now I think we can also reveal the results of the last Slido question. Which ship type is more likely to implement the MASS code? We'll never know. But I can, yes. So it's short sea shipping cargo ship, which is very neat for us working with the MASS code, I would say. Yeah. So, as for the previous sessions, we will also take questions from the floor. But I can perhaps start. Odd Bjarte, you're one of the speakers talking about projects that the non-mandatory mass code from the beginning won't apply to. But still, it's very interesting to hear about these projects. And you said that there would be 4 ferries and a master on each ferry, or?
Yes, thank you for the question. Yes, the master will stay on board on each vessel. They will not be unmanned vessels, so the master stays on board. The chief officer is moved to the remote operations center. Yeah.
And you also talked about evacuation being one of the sort of semi-autonomous features of your project. Could you elaborate a bit more on that?
I could try. The evacuation process on the inland ferry in Norway, it's a bit of normal operation. What we have done is automated part of it, so it's enough to initiate the evacuation. But we don't have found any good inputs for a machine to take that assessment. So that's still the master's assessment, to decide when it's necessary to perform the evacuation.
So there will be a human in the loop.
There will be.
Yeah. How are also the current seafarers reacting to this project?
I don't think I can say the same or generalize, but the people we have spoken to so far thinks this is a very exciting project. Looking forward. We can't stop development. The technology moves forward, society moves forward. So either you try to onboard or you stand by. So,
yeah.
Yeah.
And then I have a question actually for both Vegard and Nick, because you both talked about expanding to larger vessels and different types of vessels. And you also have, of course, experience in these projects. And with that experience, what do you believe are the challenges in relation to your new projects?
Yeah, it's a very good question. I think reliability, ultimately. As the asset gets larger, we'll deploy it further offshore. And if that reliability isn't absolutely bang on, without anyone on board in our situation, we have only one thing left to do, and that's bring the vessel back to port. And if we're 3 days out of port, then that's a very, very expensive situation. So we will weigh that up very carefully. The operating region, the price of the asset, the size of the asset, and whether we have people on board or not people on board. At the moment, we're relatively smaller assets operating within maximum 1 to 2 days steam from port, so the risk is mitigated. If we go to a larger vessel operating many days from port, then yeah, we'll have to consider that with some carefulness.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I think I agree very much to that. While what we've done in terms of the control system and the autonomy system is pretty much the same if it's a smaller or larger vessel. But the consequences and the risk involved in a larger vessel, of course, much higher. And so I also think that's why we also need these regulations to come into place, so that we can also comply to something, so we can de-risk our business offerings and the whole scenario. So yeah, I agree.
And also perhaps to you, Nick, in the working group on MASS, we've been having some discussions on the jurisdictional issues of having a ROC placed in a different state than the flag state. How, from your perspective as an operator, how challenging is it to sail in different national waters than from where the rock is placed?
Yeah, brilliant question. Put me on the spot. I think for us, we've certified or got vessels working in the UK, Denmark, Netherlands, Arab Emirates, Australia, Brazil, Northern America. So we've had a lot of exposure of going through that process. It's very, very difficult. We have multiple people employed to do that as a day job. So having the ability to have a rock in a location, it isn't because we don't want to set one up in a separate location. It's because we want to harness the efficiency of a rock, which is multiple vessels. So if we break that down into too many smaller chunks, the efficiency goes, and then the business model falls apart. So that's quite an important part to us, to allow that business to operate. We feel that we need to be able to sail into a different legislative state with a regionally based operation centre. The way we've got around it is we have these LOCs, but locally operated centres, different to your LOC at DNV. But if needed, we effectively have a containerised lock that we ship into the country and bolt it on the quayside and go from there. So there are ways around it, but there's an ideal operating model and then a backup if that isn't available.
Nice, thank you. Are there any questions from the floor? Yes?
Regarding the, let's call it the smaller USVs today, they're all primarily remotely operated. How attractive would it be for you guys to kind of move on and go towards fuller autonomy operations? Is that important for the business case, or?
No, not important for the business case, because especially from what we haven't even touched upon today, the needs from the defense now is very rapidly moving. And this is will be, and it will be even more, a technology race from now on. And as a technology provider with a clear core technology on autonomous navigation systems, we need to be on the fastest moving train. So sea drones is in itself is a full and whole business case.
Yeah, I think I could add to that. Somebody picked up earlier on competence, and come out with yourself. You mentioned paint drying role of being in an operations centre and watching the day-to-day. That's a really good point. If we speak to some of our mariners, we crew our vessels with a master and watchkeeper on each shift. They are striving for more. They're asking us what can change so they can do more in their role, because they've just come off a 80-metre DP2 drill ship. They had 40 people to look after, and now they've got the rock. So they want more. I think the answer to giving them more is the autonomy, because you can't give them more without autonomy being in place. So I think it's not full autonomy as you described it. I think it's the halfway house where autonomy can help. That in turn can allow them perhaps to do slightly more. Maybe that's multiple vessels, maybe that's multiple situations. I don't know what that looks like, but I don't think you would get there without some form of autonomy to provide that efficiency.
Okay, so I think I will give myself the pleasure of having the last question. And it goes to Kjetil or Johan, you can choose. I was just wondering, you are now testing the USV Challenger, and what are your first impressions? Are there any unexpected results or surprises?
Now we are in an early phase, but we have now tested the launch and recovery system, and that has been very promising. It looks better than we expected, actually. So we are looking forward to the testing.
Thank you. See this.
Yes, thank you very much. So we are just proceeding with the closing. I know we are perhaps 5 minutes late. If I may ask the speakers to step down, and I will invite the MSC chair to come join us for the closing remarks. While that is happening, I would also really like to express my thanks to the team from the IMO Secretariat. Without you, this wouldn't be possible. Thank you for all the support to all of you. And to note, I think this, we forgot to say that one of the coffees was sponsored by our sister administration, the Norwegian Coastal Administration, so not us. And with that, I pass the floor to you, Ismail Medina. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. And Mr. Alf Stor Sorheim, Director General of the Norwegian Maritime Authority. To all speakers that gave their all today, and very especially to the moderators, Lisbeth and Sifis. Allow me to congratulate you for the organization and successful realization of this MASS Symposium, conveniently arranged just before MSC 110. What we have seen today, the concrete experience from the industry, the administration, the recognized organization, provides the always necessary background, context, and motivation for the work being undertaken by the Maritime Safety Committee to finish this MASS Code. As I address you at the closing of this event today, I would like in particular to focus on the long road that we crossed so far on MASS to highlight how much you have achieved so far. The IMO discussed automatic ships in 1964, and we have the proof because the document is still valid today. It has not been deleted, I would say. But only recently, technological advances and breakthroughs have opened the possibility of practical implementation of some of these solutions to MASS. A regulatory scoping exercise took place by the Maritime Safety Committee, the Legal Committee, and the Facilitation Committee in 2021. This allowed the organization to assess the existing infrastructure to see whether or not and how this could be applied for various degrees of automation. Furthermore, the exercise highlights a number of high priority areas that deserve special attention during the development of the MASS Code. Since the conclusion of the RSE, the joint working group between the three committees have been addressing also issues within each respective committee. Just to give you an idea, we started with a blank sheet of paper. That's how we started. And it was not that much long ago. And so far, we have achieved quite a bit. Following the completion of that scoping exercise, the development of the MASS Code started in 2022. Just 3 years. You have achieved quite a remarkable outcome. At MSC 108, we revised the direction of the expectations of finalization of the code. And I know some of them called it the moment for tough love. But we also witness how far the MASS group has come in terms of the maturity, cohesion, and productive method of work. To this end, the investment not only in the working group, but also the intersessional working group has paid off. And I will deliberately not express my expectations regarding the work at MSC 110. I hope the recognition of how much has been achieved will energize the group, you, with the necessary motivation to conclude and resolve technical discussions where possible. In doing so, please be reminded that the current exercise will result in a non-mandatory instrument where the primary job is to set up the framework for gaining further experience. You're not requested to deliver the ultimate MASS regulation, but rather to set its foundational stone on which the future regulatory framework for MASS would be supported. But I need to give a special thanks to the leadership of this MASS Code, and that is Mr. Henrik Tomfors from Sweden and Mr. Charles McCarty from the Marshall Islands. In leading this work, respectively via the working group and the correspondence group. Distinguished participants, today's symposium and the excellence presentations bring above everything the necessary inspiration for the work starting tomorrow. I wish to all of you participating in the MASS discussions starting tomorrow to have a great start of this session. It will be a marathon. And your energy management will be essential for a productive outcome. Again, I'm not mentioning expectation, but I expect nothing but the best. So with that, again, thank you very much. And also on behalf of the IMO Secretary General, it was an amazing presentations, particularly from the industry, to hear what they are doing. And I think this is here today, but it also remains that we need to do more work to make sure that we have that framework for the future. But thank you very much, and I'm not going to stop you from the reception. So again, thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, we close. Reception is on the 4th floor. Thank you all for today.
Tack.
I've heard that you're coming from Norwegian Maritime Authority?
Yes.
The Director General?
No, I'm not. He is the Director General.
Oh, I'm coming from, actually I'm an alternate